by Zoom or in flesh and blood. Rachel has taken a visual in attendance that everybody's here that needs to be. So the first order of business of the Academic Affairs Committee is approval of the minutes. Are there any changes or corrections to the minutes? If not, they'll be approved then by general consent. And then we'll move right into the requests. ISU, our first business is a request to terminate centers at Iowa State. And Provost Wickard, will you tell us about this request?
Yes, thank you, Regent Butker. As you know, actions on centers and institutes come before the board for approval. Today, we are requesting board approval to close 2 research centers listed in the docket, the Center for Plant Transformation and the Center for Plant Genomics. These are both part of our larger Plant Sciences Institute. This is really a housekeeping move, if you will. The activities of these centers will simply be incorporated into the existing work of the Plant Sciences Institute to streamline the organization a little bit. There will be no impacts on students or faculty related to these closures.
Are there any questions about the closure of these 2 centers? If not, then the committee will recommend approval of the termination of the Plant Genomics Center and the Plant Transformation Center. The next item is a new program request. Provost Wickard.
Yes, thank you, Regent Butker. This is an exciting proposal coming from Iowa State University of Science and Technology. We're requesting board approval to establish a new bachelor's degree in biomedical engineering. This degree will be administered within an existing department, the Department of Chemical and Biological Engineering. As described in the docket, biomedical engineering today is a very established and recognized significant discipline within engineering. It began to be developed in the 1980s. At that time, it was known as bioengineering. But today, the field of biomedical engineering has really evolved to become an important part of a comprehensive College of Engineering. As described in the item before you, you can see that today biomedical engineering is the 6th most popular engineering degree offered in the United States, outpacing industrial engineering, aerospace engineering, petroleum engineering, architectural engineering, and many others. And really today, speaking as a engineer myself and former chair and dean of engineering, regardless of whether a university is public or private, whether it has a human medical college or not, biomedical engineering has really grown to become an important discipline. It incorporates trends in technology such as material innovations, miniaturization, additive manufacturing. Biomedical engineers do not perform health services, but they collaborate with medical professionals to design devices, wearable and implantable devices, robotic-assisted surgery, virtual reality for surgical planning, microparticles which encapsulate drugs, and sensors on a chip. And Iowa State University has history, if you will, and expertise in various areas. There's also strong employer demand for a biomedical engineering degree at Iowa State University. Currently, we have over 50 employers which come to our career fair and recruit students in biomedical engineering or health-related engineering fields, providing internships, co-ops, and full-time employment. We've included a number of support letters from employers with our proposal to the board. We provided 11 support letters speaking to the importance of the proposed degree, fit with the university, and interest in hiring our graduates. The full list, I believe, is included in the docket item. Only some of the letters, I think only 3 or 4 of the letters might have made it into the item, but those letters were also provided to the board office. Some of the companies providing those letters were small startup companies. Others were global firms that everybody recognizes their name. 3M, Medtronic, Bristol Myers Squibb, Merck, Pfizer, and so forth. So we think it's time for this degree. We've done essentially a proof of concept or developed some experience in this area with an existing minor. So we have had a minor in biomedical engineering in place since 2009. Our approach has been to demonstrate student and employer interest in the minor. And today we bring that experience to you to scale it up to a degree. We do have a team of faculty in the College of Engineering who are prepared and I would say eager to begin developing this curriculum and utilizing our existing facilities. We've named 18 such faculty in the proposal who will collaborate across 5 different departments to deliver the new program. And this model of building off of a minor and collaborating across traditional disciplinary lines is the approach that we've taken here with this proposal. We appreciate the wonderful consultations and conversations and collaborations with the University of Iowa as we've been working on this project. Our Dean of Engineering traveled to Iowa City and met with the Dean there and her team. We shared our proposal and received feedback from the University of Iowa team. We appreciate the letter that the Dean provided noting workforce needs and the opportunity to provide students with additional options and opportunities to fill that type of demand. And we also note that this degree in biomedical engineering could become a pipeline of students who graduate from Iowa State and then move on to graduate or professional programs in the health sciences or medical fields at the University of Iowa. We very much appreciate those conversations and we'll look forward to those kind of opportunities in the future as well. Let me also speak a little bit to areas that I believe are differentiators and between the program proposed at Iowa State and at the University of Iowa. It's not unusual. In fact, I would say it's typical for academic programs to take on the character and individual strengths of their respective institutions. In the case of biomedical engineering, Iowa State students will benefit from expertise and research and faculty talent that we have in areas like nanotechnology, wearables, virtual reality and AI, vaccine development, and so forth. Our College of Veterinary Medicine will participate in this program and will provide students with some wonderful opportunities to explore animal models for physiology through a comparative anatomy approach. And likewise, students in the University of Iowa's program benefit from their medical, dental, pharmacy schools, their University of Iowa's expertise in bioimaging and biomechanics, and of course the hospital system. And just like students at the University of Iowa can leverage their hospital system, our students will be able to leverage our One Health approach through our College of Veterinary Medicine and College of Agricultural Life Sciences, which really looks at health challenges related to the nexus of people, animals, and their environments. So I'll stop there and be glad to take any questions that the committee may have about this proposal. I would close in just noting that it is the nature of engineering disciplines that they evolve and they expand over time as technologies develop. Engineering, it dates back to Egyptian and Roman times when there were just 2 branches of engineering: civil engineering, the construction of buildings for the civilian infrastructure, and military engineering. Of course, over time today, there are many engineering disciplines, and it just reflects the advancement of technology and the way that new disciplines emerge over time. And finally, I just point out that I have two nieces who have degrees in biomedical engineering. So this is a discipline that I have been able to over my career, starting back at Carnegie Mellon. I've seen how this discipline has grown and matured, and even gotten to the point where it's touched my family itself.
Thank you, Provost Wickard. Thank you for answering so many questions that we've had in the last few months in discussing the potential for this new major. And are there any other questions that any of the regents have?
I just have one, Nancy.
Yes, Sherry.
Yes, just kind of curiosity. I see that its accreditation isn't until 2027, and it's after the first students graduate. Is that normal in accreditation for a new program? I probably should know this, but I don't remember.
No, thank you for that important question, Regent Bates. Yes, the organization that accredits engineering programs is called ABET International, and they require a student to have graduated from the program in order to apply and receive accreditation, and then that student is essentially retroactively, if you will, granted, recognized as having graduated from an accredited program. The reason for that really is that the accreditation standards in engineering, as is typically the case in many other areas, is really based on outcomes assessment. And you can't assess the outcomes of a student going through a program until she's completed the program. And it's based on those outcomes then of the first graduating class that the accreditation would be based.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciated the she graduates from the program.
I caught that too, Sherry.
Yeah.
Like I said, I have nieces who are biomedical engineers.
Right. Thank you, John.
Yes. Any other questions or concerns? Great. Thank you so much for addressing our concerns, and the committee will recommend approval of the request to start a Bachelor of Science in Biomedical Engineering at Iowa State. I do have a question relative to this, but it's more about all research. And I was just curious if somebody could address as research is reviewed or monitored, how is it for ethical issues as this relates to any area of study, not just those that we're discussing today? But can anyone speak to that, the ethical concerns on any research?
Regent Becker, so I'm happy and I want to give them a second to think through that. And so you're referring to research that might be in any field, whether it's biomedical or whether it's,
but that has a potential
human element or any other, so research ethics. So I certainly want to give anybody a chance if they want to make a quick statement on that, but I also want to offer that we could do a presentation on that too at a future meeting if that would be of interest to you. Maybe we could take that up in April, but please do jump in if anybody wants to give us sort of a quick sense of things.
Cause a big amount of work for anybody. I'm just curious, just what's the process in addressing ethical issues?
I'll jump in on that, Regent Butker, and others on the call can as well. I would just start by saying that each of our institutions has something called a institutional review board. It's actually a federal requirement that universities that do research, for instance, with human subjects, must have such a board of faculty who would engage in research with human subjects. For instance, in our Department of Kinesiology, or a study on nutrition in our Department of Food Science or Human Nutrition, or a study on aging through our gerontology program. Faculty need to propose their research protocols, their safety protocols, their confidentiality protocols, and so forth to this institutional review board, which would review that in accordance with kind of these principles that are nationally established. The institutional review board includes individuals who are not affiliated with the university, so it includes members of the public to provide that perspective as well.
Great. That's helpful. Is there anything else that anybody else wants to add? I was just curious about what procedures in place. Oh,
Well,
thank you.
I'll just chime in. These the corollary to the human research oversight is the animal research committees that review. These are for federal funding. We are mandated to have these reviews in place in-house, and so a lot of federal guidelines to adhere to for both animal research and the human research.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. So next up on our agenda is University of Iowa as a program suspension request. Provost Kriegel.
Thank you, Regent Butker. Good morning, everyone. The University of Iowa is requesting a program suspension, and this is for our Master of Studies in Law program that's offered through the College of Law. This is a graduate degree program that was developed in 2015, and its intent is to educate students and professionals who do not wish to practice law, but who are in fields where they need to recognize and respond effectively to legal issues arising in their work. It was intended to be a small scale and revenue neutral or revenue positive program with students taking courses in the College of Law alongside JD students, so no special courses offered for them. There was a self-study conducted by the college in 2021, and that noted that there was a small enrollment size in the program, average about 2.5 students per year. And that was disproportionate to the resources that have been required to support it to that point. So the self-study committee then concluded that the program was unlikely to succeed given the low applicant interest in the program, at least in its current state. So the college is seeking to temporarily suspend new admissions in this program as it assesses long-term educational and revenue generating strategies that may or may not include this program going forward. Right now, there are 5 students enrolled in the program, and these individuals will be provided the opportunity to complete their studies. No dedicated personnel are aligned with this program, so no faculty or staff reductions are envisioned, and further, the suspension of admissions at this point to the program is not anticipated to have any meaningful impact to workforce needs in the state of Iowa. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Then if there's no objection, the committee will recommend the approval of the request for suspension of admissions to the Master of Students in Law at the University of Iowa. Thank you. Thank you. The next item is honorary degree requests. It was really fun researching these 4 candidates. We have some outstanding people that have been recommended. And is somebody going to talk about those, Rachel?
If either the provosts or even the presidents that are on would like to say anything about the 4 candidates, 2 from Iowa and 2 from Iowa State, you're welcome to.
I can go real briefly on our 2. I agree, Regent Butker. This is really the fun part of some of our efforts. And so the first is Oliver Lee Jackson for us. He is a individual who received an MFA, Master of Fine Arts, from our School of Art and Art History all the way back in 1963. And he's a renowned sculptor, painter, printmaker. His works have been exhibited worldwide and featured in many permanent collections in a range of museums, and including our New Stanley Museum of Art. He's had over 60 years of service to the African-American cultural community, and this effort's been foundational to generations of emerging Black artists. And coincidentally, he will be on campus tomorrow. Hopefully he'll get here to give a public talk, and then he's actually going to spend several days on campus interacting with faculty and students over the next several days. So Mr. Jackson, if approved, would be awarded an honorary degree of Humane Letters in the spring 2023 commencement. So that's our first. Our second is a great story. Shirley Shermer. She received an MA in anthropology from the University of Iowa in 1982. And she has had a 27-year tenure as the first Office of the State Archaeologist Burials Program Director for the state of Iowa. During this time, she's built an internationally recognized reputation for promoting the respectful treatment of human remains, and especially those of Indigenous people. She has collaborated with the Office of State Archaeologists Indian Advisory Council, and that's led to the implementation of the Iowa Burials Law, which subsequently inspired the Federal Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. And she's been a national leader in this important effort. So if awarded, if approved, the award for Ms. Shermer would be an honorary degree of science degree, honorary doctorate degree of science at the spring 23 commencement.
And Regent Butker, I'll just say a few words about Iowa State's two requests. The first is for Dr. Temple Grandin, who is a professor of animal sciences at Colorado State University and is a world-renowned individual for her accomplishments and for her advances in animal welfare. Truly a pioneer for improving the welfare of animal, and also a pioneer in supporting individuals with autism, having served on the board of directors for the Autism Society of America. She's been recognized as one of the 100 most influential people in the world. Her nomination came forward from our Department of Animal Science. Our second proposal is an honorary doctorate for Dr. Trudy Peterson. She is an Iowa State alum, and she was the first woman archivist of the United States. She began working at the U.S. National Archive and had a very successful career there. Subsequently, she accepted a position where she serves as the archivist for the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees in Geneva. And she has been active in preserving documents following the collapse of the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe. And this proposal came forward from our Department of History.
Great. Well, thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Regent Parker.
Yeah, could someone just talk just a little bit about the process for identifying and approving candidates for honorary degrees?
Thank you, Regent Barker. At Iowa State University, the proposals originate out in academic departments with our faculty. They come up through a committee within our faculty senate on honorary degrees and are recommended by the faculty senate's executive board. They then move forward to the president for review and approval, and ultimately to the board.
And the University of Iowa is similar to that process. And one interesting part of this is that the individuals nominated are not aware of this, or at least they're not supposed to be aware of the nomination coming in until we get to the stage of close to final approval to the board.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, Regent.
This is a great list. It's neat to see this the type of thing coming out of Iowa. So are all these people, if they get approved, would they plan on being present at the commencements? Is that the idea?
Yeah, that's a requirement, at least for the University of Iowa. They have to be present to accept the honorary degree at a commencement.
Okay.
Yes, they'll be present, and typically, but not always, but typically they're also commencement speakers.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, they're okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for introducing us to these wonderful people. Was really fun reading about them online and in the information that was provided. So if there's no objection, then the board will recommend approval for honorary degrees for these four outstanding people. Regularly, each year, the board receives an update on distance education activity at the universities. And Dr. Rachel Boone will introduce our presenters on that today. Rachel.
Thank you, Regent Bucker. And we are queuing up some slides here. We will go through and share a bit. And I do have, there's somebody from each of the institutions that will share with us as well on this. But I'm going to just kick it off a little bit. With a little bit of information. The report in the docket has, as always, is full of lots of statistics and data on
Recording in progress.
Oops.
Right.
Um,
Now I can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you. I have no idea when it cut out. So,
Is there anybody that can't?
yeah, I know Sherry heard us. Is everybody hearing us now? Greta, could you? Yeah, Greta's nodding. Abby, great. I see you. Great. All right. I'm going to proceed. I went through the first recommendation, a little update. I'm going to just start where I left off there on recommendation 2. I apologize if anybody missed any of that. The second task force recommendation was about identifying resources and what are the policies we need to really do the work of expansion. The board's goal was figure out how to do more of distance education. It seems to be a thing that's serving students well. So there are some policy issues that we think we're going to need to get to, but it's premature to start with that. We wanted to get some other things in place to make sure we had the right policy recommendations. So we're not there yet. And the second one on financial incentives, same thing. We're trying to get everything figured out, and then we're going to go back to those. But what the work that has been happening is looking through the statewide marketing hub concept, figuring out what are the things. And so there's a subgroup of this statewide online education council that's been meeting and looking at what are the resources that are already in place that can be maybe knit together, if you will, to find a way to do some of that work. So some possible solutions we hope will be able to come forward through the Council of Provosts sometime later this year. So that's the objective there. Brock, would you advance? And then the third recommendation from the Distance Education Task Force had to do with course sharing opportunities and designing a pilot in that regard. So the first part of this is looking at data, course utilization data, some of that. Again, the SOEC group is underway with some of that. Also created an inventory of existing joint programs where the institutions already sort of mutually support each other with certain programs. So right now we're digging in on where some of the barriers are on some of the course sharing opportunities, and focusing in really on the Bachelor of Liberal Studies, which is a degree all three have that is structured fairly similarly across all three, has a lot of similar types of requirements, and that this board, not all that long ago, approved an expansion of, in a sense of now allowing students to identify a major within that degree, which historically was not how it operated, but Also, we think may open up some interesting opportunities for how course sharing can help serve those students more effectively and make sure that they have the opportunities and the access to the courses they need to then complete those degrees. So we think that's a space where there can be some really nice opportunities for this collaboration and sharing to occur. So that's just the quick update I wanted to make sure you all had on please know the Distance Education Task Force recommendations are front of mind with this group and have been something that we've been continuing to talk about and work on. With that, I'm going to pass it to, I believe Tanya is up next. Brock, would you advance? Oh, no, Iowa State, sorry. So Anne Marie and Susan, I believe one of you will be jumping in now.
Thank you, Dr. Boone, and thank you for having us here today. I am Susan Arndt. I am the inaugural director for Iowa State Online, and with me today is Anne Marie Vander Zanden. We were brave and embarked on this complex launch of Iowa State Online, and I'm here today to share our updates. Next slide, please. Iowa State Online had been in the making for more than 2 years. Iowa State Online was officially launched January 3rd, 2023. We are about 7 weeks old. The unit was developed in response to the Board of Regents Distance Education Task Force, as well as recommendation from an Iowa State University Online Learning Strategy Task Force. An implementation committee led by Huron Consultant Group helped in finalizing the organization structure. Huron also supported the board in their work. Thank you to the board for their initiative and vision in shaping what Iowa State Online is. Embracing the fact that there has been a blurring between the various delivery modalities, whether it be face-to-face, hybrid, or online, the implementation committee recommended positioning Iowa State Online as a unit within our Center for Excellence in Learning and Teaching. The Center for Excellence in Learning and Teaching reports to the provost office. Next slide, please. This slide visualizes the 4 units within the expanded Center for Excellence in Learning and Teaching. It encompasses Iowa State Online, as well as 3 other units: Enterprise Instructional Technology, Course Design and Quality, and Instructor Development. All 4 units work closely together to provide support across campus. Next slide, please. By centralizing our online unit within the Center for Excellence in Learning and Teaching, our goals are as follows. First, grow our market share in the online learning environment. Second, we seek to promote a consistent, unified brand and entry portal for Iowa State's online programs. All programs are promoted on our Iowa State Online website. Additionally, online courses will be branded so students recognize they are in an Iowa State University course, and courses will have consistency so that once students take an online course, they do not need to relearn how to navigate it within Canvas, our LMS system. Third, we are focused on program innovation and market development tailored to Iowa businesses and employees. With that, we have certificate programs. We're exploring micro-credentials, and we are enhancing student support services for those adult learners and degree completers. Things like our writing center support and mental health telecounseling. Fourth, our goal is to create seamless, integrated, university-wide unit for online course design and delivery. And lastly, we have greater support and consistency for students. Given the centralization of our online support talent pool, we are now well positioned to provide university-wide support. Next slide, please. To refine our internal processes and procedures, we have taken on a number of pilot projects this semester. Some are showcased on this slide. These projects span several colleges across campus and demonstrate the array of services we are able to provide. I will touch on the ones on the slide. First, we are working on a grant-funded project with our Food Science and Human Nutrition Department and developing self-paced learning modules for those working in our congregate meal sites. Next, our cybersecurity pilot. This is a new certificate being developed for those seeking to enter a career path in cybersecurity. This is an undergraduate professional certificate and targeted to those with associate's degree. We are also exploring micro-credentials in this area. Next, our human-computer interaction. This is an established interdisciplinary online master's program and the largest online program on campus. We are working to assist them in providing marketing and student support. Fourth is our master's in agronomy. We're working with faculty and staff in this program to become Quality Matters certified, a distinction of superior quality in online. While we have several courses at Iowa State University that are Quality Matters certified, this would be our first online program to be QM certified. Additionally, we have implemented a new budget model that incentivizes growth with changes to allocated costs. As such, we have decreased the allocated costs by 80%. Next slide, please. Well, what are our next steps? Over the next months, we are focused on developing and implementing new processes. Given the new 4 units operating within our Center for Excellence in Learning and Teaching, we are developing those internal and external processes to increase efficiencies for Iowa State faculty, staff, and students that are involved in online. We are working on our marketing and branding launch. Our new website has been launched and you are viewing the home page on this slide. In addition, we are developing a consistent branding approach. We are working on partnerships with various employers in Iowa to provide upskill opportunities to the labor force, as well as seeking input from employers on professional development needs. Well, as you can see from this presentation, it has indeed been an exciting time for online learning at Iowa State University. Thank you.
Brockfield Vance, I think next up we have Dr. Tanya Uden-Holman.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Tanya Uden-Holman, Associate Provost for Undergraduate Education and Dean of the University College. And I appreciate the opportunity to provide just a brief overview of the online course review project that was conducted by Distance and Online Education. I would just note that we've actually had a unit that focuses on supporting faculty in the development of online courses for many years, which is one of the reasons that we focused on that online course review process. Just a little context before we start. You can see on the slide the number of degrees and certificate programs that we have that are available completely online, as well as the enrollments of students who are only in online courses. I would note that most of the enrollments in our online courses are by our on-campus residential students. And we do regularly review enrollment data on those students. And it's not surprising, I don't think, we see that students take approximately 3 to 5 online courses during their time with us. And they offer significant flexibility to students who have complex schedules, allow them to take courses online during winter and summer session when they might still be at home. And it also helps as many of our students work, as you know, so it really provides that flexibility. And I would just also note that Success at Iowa, which is a required course for all first year and transfer students, is online. And as you know, it covers many topics to keep them on, help them as they begin their journey. And it includes required materials as well, such as the free speech training. Next slide, please. So I really want to recognize Associate Dean Ann Zelensky and her team for the significant undertaking that the online course review project represents. The course review was initiated as a result of a routine audit that was conducted. I think this is actually an example of the importance of the recommendations that come out of audits as we continue our journey towards quality improvement. They identified 1,062 unique course sections across 11 colleges that were reviewed. They excluded courses that were moved online due to the pandemic. So obviously the fact that they reviewed more than 1,000 course sections, certainly it was an undertaking and took some time, and I just really want to recognize them for that. They developed a rubric that they utilized for the review of the courses that was based on quality matters, which Susan mentioned earlier. Also guidance from the Online Learning Consortium, as well as updated guidelines around regular and substantive interaction. And I just want to mention that substantive interaction is engaging students in teaching, learning, and assessment that's consistent with the subject matter. And it's really one of the key elements that distinguishes distance education from the correspondence education of quite some time ago. So there was 10 standards that were utilized as all of the courses were reviewed. And so, like I said, they went in, they took a look at the courses and really, then provided very specific feedback. I think this was a really important part of this as well, is having the colleges engaged in this discussion. For collegiate feedback, distance and online education shared a spreadsheet that each college showed how many courses we've reviewed and how many standards were met in each course. The spreadsheet had filters in place to make it very easy for administrators to review data by department, academic unit, if they were graduate, undergraduate courses, etc. And I think that those really are important, and they are able to also give these data to departments. So each department has specific data so that departments as well can review the data and then really start to have discussions at the departmental level with their faculty. Next slide, please. As we look ahead, obviously distance and online education will be working with colleges as they prioritize courses for redesign and development. I know that several colleges have expressed how much they appreciate the review. In fact, the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences had been thinking, gosh, we really want to review the courses, but this is not as much our area of strength. So I really think it speaks to the expertise and support that DOE actually undertook that for them. I think the departments can look at not only the enrollment in their courses, but also how that intersects with the results that they had. Obviously, DOE will continue to support faculty who are developing and teaching online courses. They provide really the full range of assistance, everything from instructional design and course redesign. They have media development. We have a studio that faculty can come in and record in, exam creation and delivery. It's really a full stop shop. And then also, and I think this is critical as we think about the importance of continuous quality improvement and review, DOE will conduct this online course review every 3 years. And I think that's a very reasonable timeline given the significant undertaking. If anyone has questions, I'm happy to answer them. Appreciate this chance to share the good work that's being done.
Regent Barker has a question.
Sure. this is just in general, just to make sure that I'm sort of understanding the whole online situation. I mean, I think we had distance education for a long time, but that was a small part of our offerings. Then when COVID hit, there was a lot of excitement and concern about where online education was going. People wondered, how far would it go? And I think we learned that technology has improved dramatically and creates a lot of new opportunities. But we also learned that online instruction is not in any way a substitute for in-person learning. So there are lots of opportunities for non-traditional students and for students with complicated schedules to add courses, but we are not in any way thinking about this as a substitute or replacement for traditional in-person instruction. Do I have all of that right?
You're absolutely correct. You've done a really good job of capturing that. You're absolutely correct. It still remains a smaller percentage of our course offerings. We do believe it's very important to offer that flexibility. However, we are obviously a residential campus, and having that in-person experience is very important to our students.
Thank you.
And then we'll move to Associate Dean Karen Cunningham from UNI.
Okay. Thank you so much, Rachel. Good morning. My name is Karen Cunningham, and I'm the Associate Dean and Director of Online and Distance Education. Next slide, please. I'd like to begin by providing just a few highlights from the Summer 21, Spring 22 reporting period. The first highlight pertains to our 2+2 Elementary Education BA program. Prior to Spring 21, this program was designed to serve students on DMAC's Carroll, Ankeny, and Boone campuses. However, we recognize the need to expand access to students across the state. So in Spring 21, a decision was made to make this a statewide program. As a result, we saw a significant uptick in enrollments. This program now begins a new cohort every summer, a change from every other spring. This summer will be our first summer start, and we are projecting over 100 students. When the UNI at DMAC program was first launched, it was marketed primarily with UNI's Bachelor of Liberal Studies program. However, we now market all of our undergraduate online offerings as part of this initiative. We currently have 97 students in the UNI at DMAC program. And the last highlight on this slide is the launch of our new Management BA Administration program. This program was expanded to an online offering as part of the university's growing service and commitment to adult learners. Next slide, please. As part of our commitment to adult learners, I'd like to mention a few of our new undergraduate degree programs. The Purple Pathway for Paraeducators, also referred to as PPP, is an accelerated pathway to a teaching degree. This program builds on the 2+2 elementary education program, but is designed for paraeducators. Upon completion, students are not only eligible for licensure, but for 2 endorsements, Elementary K-6 and Special Education Strategist 1. The PPP program is a response to an ongoing teacher shortage in the state. Our hybrid accounting degree is a 4-year non-CPA track program for place-bound learners. Again, this program was put forward as a response to a shortage of accounting professionals. Positions for accounting graduates has exceeded the supply by over 6 to 1 in the last year, creating a need for more graduates. The Human Services program was created in response to several inquiries from students as well as our community college partners. This major provides a pathway for students who are interested in service-oriented careers or may have an eye toward a master's degree in social work or psychology. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to highlight just some of our new graduate programs. Our Advanced Studies Certificate in Clinical Mental Health was developed to help serve the mental health needs of school districts and communities. This certificate is designed for school counselors who are interested in obtaining a licensure in clinical mental health. Through this program, we hope to address the need for additional mental health counselors in our schools. The Doctor of Education, or EDD, is designed for students wishing to go into educational leadership or administration. With close to 100 students in this program, the number of students inquiring about this program continues to grow. And lastly, our MA in Interdisciplinary Studies is a degree completion program that allows students to tailor a specific set of coursework or concentration areas toward their career goals. The objective of this program is to allow flexible opportunities for advanced study. Next slide, please. And last but not least, we have the UNI at Iowa Community College Initiative. This initiative partners with all Iowa community colleges and provides seamless access for students completing their associate's degree and expands the UNI at DMAC model. I'd like to note a few items. I'm happy to say that we have already enrolled over 250 students. Through the American Rescue Plan funding, and thanks to the governor's office, we have been able to provide nearly $200,000 in future ready scholarships to students for the spring 23 term. We are supporting this initiative through several degree completion programs. These programs bring additional educational opportunities to learners who may not have access to a four-year degree due to location or job or life commitments. All of the programs I mentioned, both undergraduate and grad, and the UNI at Iowa Community College initiative align with the BOR strategic plan and task force to charge to strategically expand distance education offerings, as well as to address Iowa's workforce demands. And that concludes my portion of the presentation. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you very much. Are there any questions concerning this report?
Just say, same question for UNI and Iowa State, that this is all in addition to, not substitute for in-person instruction.
Right.
Yes, I would agree with that wholeheartedly. Yes, this is in addition to. We are also a residential campus and value that experience for students.
Yes, Regent Barker, this is Anne Marie Van der Zanden. I would agree with what you and I and Iowa are saying. Obviously, we are a residential campus, and that is the core of what we do for our undergraduate and many of our graduate programs. We look at providing these online opportunities as a way to provide flexibility for our undergraduate students who are having increasingly complicated schedules as they come to campus and are balancing their life responsibilities as well as their undergraduate programs, and also as a way to meet the needs of workforce development across the state and provide opportunities for people to either upskill or to finish a degree or explore other options that will give them career opportunities within the state.
Thank you.
Great. Any other comments or questions? Well, thank you very much for the great report. It's always exciting to see how we're staying up with the times and being able to innovate and be flexible in our programming to meet student needs. So there are no other business items to come before this committee, and we are running about 7 minutes behind. So we're all right. Thank you very much. The meeting of Academic Affairs is adjourned.
All right, since we're running a little behind, we'll go ahead and call to order the Campus and Student Affairs Committee. It looks like we've got everybody on here, so we'll dispense with the roll call. First item of business is the approval of the minutes from the November 9th meeting. Does anyone have any changes? If none, these minutes are approved by general consent. Our next item of business is a presentation of the Student Financial Aid Report. Jason Pontius is here and will now share the report with the committee and introduce our presenters.
Good morning, Regent Lindenmeyer, Regent Crow, members of the board, and vice presidents for student affairs and student life. Every year we present a student financial aid report to the board. And for this year's report, I'd like to welcome the directors of student financial aid from our 3 universities, as well as a representative from Iowa College Aid. We have joining us today Roberta Johnson and Chad Olson from Iowa State University, Tim Bakula from University of Northern Iowa, Brenda Bazinski from University of Iowa, and Megan Oster from Iowa College Aid. I'll turn the presentation over to them.
Good morning. My name is Roberta Johnson. I'm the Executive Director of Financial Aid at Iowa State University, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today regarding the work that the Regent Financial Aid offices do to recruit, retain, and graduate our students by providing financial resources to make college affordable for them. As Jason has indicated, I will be providing a brief overview of some select slides from the report. Dr. Megan Oster will follow up with information about changes that are coming to the federal financial aid formula and process. And finally, we will conclude with a few remarks from the financial aid directors at Iowa, UNI, and my successor, Chad Olson at Iowa State University, to discuss our own research regarding how these changes will impact our institutions collectively. Next slide, please. Cumulatively, the Regent institutions dispersed over $1 billion in financial aid through federal, institutional, state, and other sources in the 2021-2022 academic year to all of our students. Next slide, please. Of this, over $700 million was provided to our undergraduate students. One of the things that you will notice is that federal funding has been diminishing over the past several years, while resources from the state and other sources have remained relatively flat. This has put increasing pressure on the institutions themselves to provide support for the students that we enroll through additional scholarships and need-based grants. Next slide, please. Another way of viewing the distribution of aid can be seen in this pie chart, which includes an expanded view on the right side of the funds that are provided by the state of Iowa to assist students. You will notice from that slide that the vast majority of those resources are in the form of the Iowa National Guard Tuition Assistance Grant program for those students. And all of these programs provided by the state are portable, meaning that the students will receive them irregardless of which institution they are attending. So the proportion that may be on our campuses at any one given time can fluctuate dramatically just depending upon which students are enrolling at our institutions. Next slide, please. For comparison purposes, the distribution of sources across the United States shows the impact of having larger support from state grants and how that can reduce reliance on institutional resources. Amongst our region institutions, the vast majority of our institutional support is in providing need-based scholarships and grants, which assist our students who might not otherwise be able to attend our institutions to be here and to achieve their educational goals. Next slide, please. I think we're off one. If you can go one more slide, please. This slide shows the total university or institutional aid that is provided to our undergraduate students by institution. And again, this is undergraduate students, so I will just speak personally for Iowa State. It's a little larger here, but we have a larger number of undergraduate students on our campus, which is one of the reasons for that larger number there. Next slide, please. The point of providing scholarships and grants to students is to reduce the net price that they pay to our institutions. Net price is defined as our total cost of attendance less scholarships and grants. And as you can see from this slide, students who are from the neediest families are receiving the most scholarship and grant support, while those from wealthier families are paying more as a net price. Next slide, please. The net price for Iowa residents at the Regent institutions is amongst the lowest in the state. The only institution that is lower than we is the Maharishi Institute of our University of Management. We are providing a quality education at affordable costs for the students that we are serving. Next slide, please. Another reason scholarships, grants, and institutional aid is so critical to our missions is to help mitigate the debt that our students will graduate with. As seen in this slide, the indebtedness at Iowa State University and the University of Iowa are quite comparable. The University of Iowa's debt level is lower as they have a larger share of students who qualify for the federal Teach Grant program, which can help those students who are majoring in teacher shortage areas to mitigate their debt. And while the Teach Grant program is available at both Iowa and Iowa State University, the number of our students taking advantage of that particular program is less than what is available at UNI, given their strong emphasis on educational programming. Next slide, please. Another measure of how institutions are doing regarding debt with our students is to look at the default rates of their students within 3 years of graduation, which is the way the federal government calculates the cohort default rate. The cohort default rate of each of our institutions was below 3% for the 2018 cohort. While it appears to have dropped significantly, we must keep in mind that there has been a federal payment pause on student loan payments since March of 2020. So it has been impossible for students to enter default since then. Once the payment pause expires in May of 2023 and students resume payments, it is anticipated that we may see the cohort default rates increase for a period of time until repayments stabilize. I will also mention that nationally there is a conversation about student loan forgiveness that is now on the agenda for the Supreme Court to be debating in the very near future. And we will be watching the outcome of that particular ruling. Next slide, please. Finally, all 3 institutions completed awarding of the 3rd round of funding through the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund, which was the overarching umbrella for 3 specific programs related to COVID relief: the CARES Act, the CARISA Act, and finally, the American Rescue Plan. This particular slide shows how those dollars were distributed across our institutions. Collectively, at our institutions, through all programs, or all 3 years and through what we would call 3 tranches of this money, we've dispersed over $107.5 million to students whose educations may have been interrupted without the support that these dollars provided. Next slide, please. And now I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Megan Oster from Iowa College Student Aid to share the projected impacts of the FAFSA Simplification Act, which was passed by Congress in 2020 and which is projected to be implemented for students attending beginning in the 2024-25 year and beyond. Next slide, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Megan Oster, and I'm the Division Administrator for Research and Communications at Iowa College Aid. Today, I'm just going to do a high-level overview of the changes that are coming from the federal government for the FAFSA and what that will mean for Iowa students broadly. And then my colleagues at the individual institutions are just going to have some quick remarks about impacts that they anticipate for their individual campuses and concerns that they have about the simplification. Next slide. So first, just to have a quick conversation about what this ultimately means in very high level, we are transitioning from an EFC to an SAI. So an EFC is the expected family contribution. That is the end number that students get when they file their FAFSA. And it's basically an indicator of, how much they potentially should contribute to their education. It's really just a ranking system of their need for financial aid when they attend college. We will then be transitioning in the 24-25 to a student aid index. It is very similar to the EFC, and I'll go into a little bit of the details of it and what we anticipate the changes will be. But as my colleague indicated, this will be implemented for the 24-25 academic year. For FAFSAs, they start the fall or the previous year. So we anticipate that this will start on October 1st, 2023, when the 24-25 FAFSA opens up. However, we are hearing from the federal government, specifically federal student aid, that they will delay the actual implementation of this until January 1st, 2024. And this is kind of a broad concern nationally that we will be potentially changing when FAFSA opens. These could have impacts for financial aid deadlines for states and for institutions themselves. If we think a little bit more closer to home, what is Iowa College Aid doing to get ready for this change, and how are we helping both individually students and families with this transition as well as institutions? One thing that we have done for our institutions is that we have calculated what we anticipate will be students' SAIs off of our historical data. And we have provided that information to our institutions via our Iowa College Application Processing System, so our ICAPS. This is for all Iowa resident FAFSA filers in the 1920, 2021, and 21-22 financial aid awarding years. So they are able to take that information and kind of extract it out of that system and run simulations and estimates on their own individual student populations. This just helps to be able to examine trends and hopefully have some type of anticipation as to what this transition will look like on their individual campuses. Iowa College Aid is also working with other states in SHIO on how to communicate this transition to students, parents, legislatures, financial aid officers, different constituents like that, because it is a pretty big change. We also have put out a policy brief about FAFSA simplification that is available on our website. And then we are also in the process of drafting a very similar brief that details the All Iowa Opportunity Scholarship. And at the end of this presentation, I will be providing some initial estimates as to what we are seeing for AIOS in this transition from the EFC to the SAI. Next slide, please. So what does this actually look like in the transition? So one, simplification is happening. That means that the FAFSA itself, the form that students fill out, is going from 108 questions to 36 questions for what they actually experience as the FAFSA. However, the formula itself is not becoming any less complicated. It's very, very similar to what it already is. However, the way that the federal government is able to do this is that they are using what is called the data retrieval tool. And what this does is that it takes people's tax information from the IRS, ports it over to the Department of Ed, and basically pre-fills and pre-populates a student's FAFSA for them, as long as they are a tax filer. So basically, they put that information in there. Students don't have to answer those questions, so they just have those 36 questions that they have to answer now, instead of answering 108 questions about their parents' adjusted gross income, different questions like that. They no longer have to do that because that information is ported over from the IRS. Other big changes that are happening to the formula itself that Iowa College Aid has noted and that we have written about. One is inclusion of small family farms and small businesses net worth. And on my next slide, I will have a quick case study or a quick example of how we think this will impact individuals. Unfortunately, we can't estimate this because small family farm and small businesses are not currently collected on the FAFSA, so we don't actually know how this is going to impact this. We also have talked to revenue at Iowa. We've talked to different constituents about how we can get to this and kind of getting down to the nitty-gritty of particularly farms, because Iowa is an agricultural state, farms with students that are enrolled in college, like what percentage is that? Like that's a really difficult number to get out that we're trying to figure out how to get there. So I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. We're also, we've also noted that there is the removal of the number of family members in college. So just as a very quick example, if you have 2 students that are currently enrolled in college and you have a calculated EFC of $10,000, currently that would be divided by 2. So each student's EFC would be 5,000, the other students would be 5,000. Under the SAI, if your calculated SAI is $10,000, it is $10,000 for your first student, it is $10,000 for your second student. That division no longer happens. So that's a pretty big and significant change, particularly obviously for parents and families that have multiple individuals in college. And then finally, for children of divorced parents, the parent who files the FAFSA is the parent who provides the majority of the financial support. Currently, it is the parent where the child resides for the majority of their time is who files a FAFSA. So this is just a change that they're making to kind of focus more on the financial support aspect of the family dynamics. We just don't know how this is going to be implemented. For example, what if one parent lives in a different state, the child lives in Iowa, where do they file a FAFSA? What does that look like? Different things like that that we have a concern about. Overall, if you were remember some things from my presentation. These are kind of the three big things that I would like for you to remember. One is that SAIs can go negative, which is very different from the EFC. The EFC has a floor of 0, whereas the SAI can go all the way negative to 1,500. However, recently, the federal student aid indicated that aid offices cannot package above the cost of attendance if a student does have a negative SAI. So this is a little bit of guidance that we've recently received, and we're just not sure 100% how that's going to be implemented on the ground. Second, in general, and I'll show you this throughout the presentation, SAIs will be lower than the EFCs for some individuals. In general, we're just finding a general shift down in SAIs relative to EFCs. And then finally, a larger share of filers will be Pell eligible, which is a good thing because that basically means that more students are getting more need-based financial aid from the federal government, which brings down their cost for attending post-secondary education. Next slide. So this is the quick case study that I wanted to quickly go over with you all. This is basically just kind of simulating what would happen if a family who had a parent AGI of 60,000, and then if we varied the net worth of either their small business or their family farm, what would their calculated EFC be or their calculated SAI be? As you can see under the EFC, they all would have the same EFC because we're not basically, we're not considering the assets from a small business or a family farm. Under the SAI, you can see that it ranges from about 5,000 to about 266,000, right? So because we are considering that asset in the calculation, we have this variation in the SAI. In general, obviously, as those assets go up, the SAI goes up as well. So this is an area of concern that we have for Iowa, obviously specifically because we are an agricultural state and there are small farms throughout the state. So we are working.
Could I interrupt for just a second? Is that net assets? I mean, so would that be like the value of the farm minus a mortgage, or is that just assets?
So this would be net worth.
Net worth. Okay, great.
Yep, you're welcome. So, like I said, as you can. One, we don't actually know how this is going to play out because this information isn't collected yet. On the new formula, this is going to be one of those 36 questions that gets asked, and people are going to have to report the net worth of either their small business or their family farm in their formula, and then their SAI will obviously consider that when it gets typed out from the formula. So, okay, next slide. So what are we seeing if we take a look at our estimated SAIs from our historical data? So throughout this presentation, I will reference our 2020, 2021 data, but we do have this for 3 years of worth of data. Basically, every single year follows the same trend. One, averages are pretty similar, right? So if you look at the average EFC and the average SAI, the SAI is a little bit higher. I'll show you why that's happening here in a second. But the median, which is a little bit better approximation of kind of the middle, is less for the SAI by almost $2,800, right? In general, the number that I want you to concentrate on here is that SAI decreases over $500 is about 4 out of 5 students, right? 84% of students their SAI is lower than their EFC, meaning that they will qualify they are more likely to qualify for Pell Grants. They're more likely to qualify for need-based financial aid. So in general, we're seeing this shift downward in the SAIs relative to the EFCs. If you could go to the next slide, please. So this is just a look at that distributional shift that I'm talking about. So if SAIs and EFCs were perfectly correlated, if you were a student and you had an EFC of 1,000 and I calculated that you had a SAI of 1,000, your dot in this graph would line up perfectly with that horizontal or with that diagonal line that is through the graph. As you can see, there's this teeter-totter effect that we are seeing in the SAIs. So students who are at the lower end of the distribution, who have lower EFCs, have even lower SAIs, right? So for example, if you look at about the 5,000 mark, those students had a 5,000 EFC, but their SAI is closer to, maybe 0 or even, maybe 1,000, maybe. So they're moving down in that distribution. But at about 14,000 EFC, you see this kind of uptick where the dots start to float above that diagonal line. That basically means that students that are at the higher end of the distribution are getting a little bit higher SAIs. So we see this kind of teeter-tottering effect around kind of where we would expect SAIs to fall if they were perfectly correlated with EFCs.
So, sorry, just to make sure I understand. Sure. So what you're saying is that it's more progressive, right?
Yes.
Use the term. Okay. That the change is that the wealthy pay a little more and poor students are paying a little less.
In general, yes. That's an accurate representation of this particular slide. Yes.
I have a question as well. This is all based on the assumption that the parents will contribute, correct? I mean, there are some situations that parents may be able to, but choose not to. So does that mean that those students then don't necessarily qualify for financial aid, but would need to take out loans or other means?
Exactly. Yes, that is what that means. So basically, an EFC or an SAI, one reason why they are transitioning from the expected family contribution to this student aid index is to kind of get away from this notion of like, this is what families are expected to provide to students. Yes, in general, that's kind of the general thought around it, but moving to the student aid index is a way for the federal government to communicate that honestly, this is a way to kind of put students in a rank, in an order as to how you should award them need-based financial aid is really what it should be. And then from there, unfortunately, typically middle income individuals have to figure out how to make up that difference, whether that be loans, whether that be working part-time, different things like that. So yes, this is making the assumption that the family is going to contribute in some way, shape, or form. May not be to the amount that, is provided under the expected family contribution, but there is some type of contribution that the family is that the federal government is expecting that the family is going to do. Yes.
Megan, this is Jim. As a follow-up to that question, does that change in any way the student's ability to file as an independent?
So in the new formula I believe that there has been some slight changes and some slight modifications to independent eligibility, but in general, I believe it has remained relatively the same. And my understanding, and I would defer to my financial aid colleagues who deal with this on a day-to-day basis, my understanding is that there are very specific guidelines for whether or not a student can appeal their dependency status. And unfortunately, my parent is not willing to contribute is not a good enough reason to be determined an independent student. But if they have my understanding, again, I defer to my colleagues. My understanding is that if there's an extreme situation where, a student is really providing for themselves, different things like that, they can petition for what's called professional judgment.
I would just jump in right there and say that at our institution, we utilize the guidelines of abuse or abandonment. So if a student has come from a very abusive family situation, maybe was even removed from that family situation, would be unsafe going back to that family unit and asking for FAFSA information, we can consider an independent appeal. And likewise, for those students who have been abandoned by their parents and can document that, we all would utilize third-party documentation from social services agencies, high school guidance counselors, et cetera, to document that information.
And I would kind of co-sign on what Roberta's mentioned as well as what Megan has said as well. Just to kind of pick up a little bit more on what Regent Rouse had asked about in terms of, is a parent not willing to support? In those cases, just like with the EFC as well as moving to the SAI, there will be a spectrum of family situations that some are willing to contribute entirely and others aren't. And that part really isn't changing, unfortunately, for the family dynamic in terms of how they're going to approach paying for college. What the SAI will allow us to do is, as Megan said, kind of have a theoretical value that they could contribute, and then work from that to determine what types of aid we can offer them based on that. And if and when students come to us and parents aren't willing to contribute, that's part of the role of our office, is to help them make ends meet with the options that they do have. So we anticipate helping students through many of these situations that the Regents are presenting here today.
Because that would include scholarships that that student can apply for that wouldn't be financial aid based, correct?
Yeah, I mean, there could be any number of scholarships or grants potentially available depending on their situation. There could be the professional judgment that Roberta's mentioning. If we come to, oftentimes, as you talk to a student, it comes to light more about their situation than is initially presented. And so as you peel back the onion, in a sense, you begin to learn more. And if that's the case, you help guide them to the right direction that's best for them. Sometimes that is, though, private or parent loans if the parent's willing to contribute. So it just depends on that situation.
Thank you.
Moving on. So after we calculate the SAIs, we take a look at a student's Pell Grant eligibility and Pell Grant amount. We make some assumptions when we do this analysis. We assume that the student needs the full Pell Grant. We also assume that they are enrolled full time. So if we can move to the next slide, I can show you some descriptive statistics on what Pell Grant eligibility and amounts would look like. So under the SAI, we're adding about 10 percentage points of students that become Pell eligible. So a far greater number of students should receive the Pell Grant under the new SAI. Additionally, Pell Grant amounts go up as well. They go up by about $600 there. We do see that the majority of students don't actually experience any change in their eligibility, so 69%. Or I'm sorry, they don't experience any change in their Pell Grant amounts. So about 2 out of 3 get the exact same Pell Grant as they would under the EFC. There is a slight difference between $500. The important statistic to remember from this particular slide is that the eligible Pell decrease over $500. So that would be the fact that a student basically got less Pell Grants under the SAI relative to the EFC is less than 1%. So basically that means that in general, we're adding students to the pool of Pell Grant eligible students. We're not basically removing really anybody from that population. So that's a good thing. If you go to the next slide, we can just take a look at simulated effects of the Pell Grant amount under the SAI. And basically, to kind of look at this, what you would be looking at is, in general, on the lower end of the distribution, students' average Pell Grant amount stays about the same. As you move from left to right, you see that that simulated change gets bigger and bigger. And ultimately, basically, you would add up the dark bars with the lighted shade bars to get their actual amount, because this is the simulated change. So as you can see, individuals in the middle of the income distribution, so from about $35,000 to about $80,000, are individuals who are experiencing an increase in their Pell Grant amounts. So they are getting more money from the federal government to attend post-secondary education. We can move on to the next slide for a particular example that you all may find relevant. This is our estimate, and these are definitely preliminary numbers. We will be putting out an official brief once we get things confirmed and hammered out a little bit more. This is for our All Iowa Opportunity Scholarship estimate. So first, I just wanted to provide you with some general statistics on what it's looked like for the last 3 years for AIOS. In general, we've funded about 800 students every single year. And do note that this is all students under AIOS. It's not just the Regents institutions. Within these numbers for each individual year, there's about 300 to 350 Regent students that are included in here. On average, the average award has been about $4,000 for those students. In doing cost estimates and things like that, we looked at, under the EFC, how many students would be eligible for the AIOS. It was about 2,700 students for the year. Under the SAI, we add about 300 students to that. So there's not really that much of a difference between those who would be eligible under the EFC relative to the SAI. And in general, the total appropriations needed to actually cover this entire population that is ultimately eligible for AIOS is about 11.2 million for the EFC, and it's about 12.2 million under the SAI. The reason that I show you these statistics is just that in general, unfortunately, Iowa College Aid does not fund all students who are eligible for the AIOS. Additionally, for the transition to the SAI, the federal needs analysis and the number that gets spit out from that formula doesn't necessarily have a huge impact on who is eligible for AIOS. It's more about other things that we prioritize from students who are fostered involved youth, children of parents who have died in the line of duty, different things like that. So those criteria are not changing. So really the transition from the EFC to the SAI is not necessarily going to have a lot of effect on who is eligible for the AIOS. AIOS suffers, is just impacted by the fact of it has a lower appropriation, unfortunately, than those students who are eligible for the program. With that, I will pass it off to my colleagues at the individual institutions. And I'm happy to take questions at the end whenever.
Good morning. My name is Brenda Bazinski. I'm the Director of Student Financial Aid at the University of Iowa. And I'm going to share a little bit about some of the impact that is the result of the FAFSA Simplification Act. The key word I would use is change. The implementation of this act will change the timeline of how and when we can package financial aid offers. It also, of course, impacts then admissions, housing, and other student service operations. Most importantly, when students will be able to complete their 24-25 FAFSA form is still not known. It is undetermined at this time, and normally in a typical year, that process would start on October 1 of 2023. Right now, we are being told that that may be delayed until January 1 of 2024. Why this delay? The U.S. Department of Education has indicated that the FAFSA form itself may not be ready until January 1 of 2024, and they will not commit to a date that it is available because FAFSA simplification is a massive undertaking and requires a total overhaul of the FAFSA form as well as changes to the central processing system. This implementation impacts over 20 FSA systems, several agencies, multiple vendors, which results in having to integrate multiple systems and operations. Schedules to file layouts, software developer specifications, draft applications, output documents do not have a scheduled timeline. With October 1, less than 8 months away, there is concern that the Department of Education does not have a detailed timeline for testing and implementation. This delay impacts universities and, most importantly, our families. We may have insufficient time to prepare to align our systems and processes. We may face challenges in providing the services and support that students will need to complete the FAFSA form that is now changing. Overall, our entire recruitment and financial aid awarding cycle will be altered. After several years of encouraging and solidifying with our families that they need to file the FAFSA after October 1 and by December 1st, our priority filing deadline, we will be faced with educating them on change. When will they actually be able to file, and what will be our new priority deadline? To put this in context, by December 1, we typically receive over 28,000 FAFSAs. By February 8th, when we're able to package aid, we've received over 35,000 FAFSAs. Now imagine backing this up and not even being able to receive these forms until after the first of the year. I compare this change in the recruitment and financial aid cycle to a change in the farming cycle. Instead of having adequate time to prepare your soil and your equipment and start planting in April and May, you are asked to plant in July with no preparation and arrive at the same yield as if you planted in the spring. And now I'd just like to share a brief personalization story of how this really impacts a family. I've gotten to know a student that she agreed I could use her information. We're going to use an alias name of Sue. She's from a farm in Northwest Iowa. There are 8 in the family and 3 members in college, all in Iowa at 3 different schools. 1 at Iowa, 1 at Iowa State, and 1 at Iowa Lakes Community College. She wants to attend Iowa, and she's here now, but we got to know her as she was pursuing how to make this affordable. She's interested in nursing. She already works at the UI hospital, and in her hometown, she already works as a CNA. To arrive at how we could make this affordable, we worked closely with the family as their tax return from 2020 did not accurately reflect their family situation and realistic ability to pay for college. We were able to work closely with them and use a 2021 tax return, which more accurately reflected their situation. Dad is a farmer. He had 2020 income that was higher due to some commodity support for previous year's crop losses. These proceeds had to be used to pay off creditors. So now imagine we're looking at next fall, the 24-25 year. There's still going to be 8 in the family and 3 in college. It's a blended family of 6 children. They won't be able to complete the form probably until after January 1 of 2024. They may find out in March or April of 2024 what their financial aid offers are and what their actual cost will be to attend college. Not only that, but now they have to report the value of their family farm on the form, and the formula will no longer take into consideration that there are 3 in college. So instead of, for example, the SAI, formerly known as EFC, being $6,000 for each of the 3 children, it will now be $18,000 for each child that will be expected or will impact their eligibility for financial aid. The family's looking at losing a Pell Grant for all 3 children and perhaps not even qualifying for need-based loans. This is a tremendous change for the family. And as we too have done simulations on the impact of this formula, there's a key piece missing. We don't have all the data. We can't predict how many families are really going to be impacted because now they're going to have to report a value of their farm and or small business. To summarize, keep in mind the timeline has been altered. We in financial aid will have to adapt, pivot, work closely with our IT teams, Department of Ed, software vendors to accommodate these changes. We have to be nimble, reactionary, and be able to personalize a very complex process for families so they can understand the complexity of completing appropriate forms, submitting proper documentation, and adhering to an accelerated decision-making timeline once they've received their financial aid offer. Families will feel the most impact. Some will experience drastic changes and loss of grants. Imagine a first-generation family now trying to complete this form and the complexity involved with it, and not having the benefits of having multiple children counted in their formula for financial aid. The pendulum has essentially shifted. Roberta and I and Tim, Chad have been in financial aid long enough to remember there was a time when families had to report family farm values. Then they changed the formula and said, no longer report farm values. The pendulum has shifted back now, where they're saying you have to report the value of a family farm. Higher education research has shown cost is one of the most important factors when selecting a college. As financial aid professionals, we will do our best to help families navigate through change and understand their college costs. Thank you.
Thanks, Brenda. I'll pick
ahead.
up from here. My name is Tim Bakula. I'm the Director of Financial Aid at the University of Northern Iowa. I'm going to speak to the second bullet there about the impact of elimination of multiple students in college and how divorced families report data. I'll attempt to keep my comments brief. One of the upcoming changes of the FAFSA calculation is found in how additional families in college are accounted for in the FAFSA methodology. The current FAFSA accounts for multiple family members in college when calculating an expected family contribution. As Megan and others have noted, coming with the 24-25 FAFSA, the new student aid index will not account for the number of family members in college within its methodology. This has the potential to impact families with multiple students in college, as the student aid index will be the full amount for each family member in college. Megan and Brenda have both given examples of scenarios that might have a student see their student aid index increase. In some of the analysis that we've done at UNI, and that's been done by the Iowa College Aid Commission, the impact on those with Pell Grant is negligible, as Megan did an excellent job of pointing out in some of her slides. We've also seen some examples where zero EFCs remain zero. EFCs above zero will now move to that negative 1,500 SAI. In looking at some of the research specifically to the University of Northern Iowa, about 90% of our students that completed the FAFSA reported only one or two members of students in their family attending college. So hopefully the impact on those families can be mitigated with information as well as potentially other forms of financial aid that we may have. Moving on to the divorced family and how they report, the FAFSA will be changing the definition of which parent should complete the FAFSA in split family situations, as we've discussed. Currently, the FAFSA requires that the parent or that the student, that the parent report the information that has been living with the student more during the last 12 months. The FAFSA Simplification Act is moving towards defining the custodial parent as the one who provides more financial support during the past 12 months. The Regents and others have pointed out some of the discrepancies in terms of how families are supporting or not of their students, and this will continue to be the trends that we help families through, as noted. It will be incumbent upon our offices to prepare, educate, and provide clarification to make access in college an affordable reality for students. With that, I'll pass it on to Chad Olson to discuss changes to small business and family farm assets.
Good morning. My name is Chad Olson. I'm the Director of Financial Aid Operations at Iowa State University. As a profession, financial aid administrators applaud Congress and federal student aid for the many changes brought forth with FAFSA simplification. It's very exciting to see Pell Grant utilization will increase for the majority of students. One major change that will have an effect on Iowans regards the inclusion of family farm income and small business income to the FAFSA beginning with 24-25. As Megan's slides illustrated, there will be changes to the student aid index that will affect Pell Grant eligibility. Because we do not collect this data now, it has been near impossible to model changes to current Pell Grant recipients in this cohort in our institutions. We will continue to be in contact with Jason Pontius and Rachel Boone at the board office to share information as it becomes available from both federal student aid and NASFA, the National Association of Student Financial Aid Administrators. In addition, we will continue to collaborate with the Iowa College Student Aid Commission in regards to forecasting the potential effects on the students and families of our institutions. And with that, we will draw our comments to a conclusion.
Thanks, Chad. Any other questions or comments for the presenters? Jim. Regent Barker.
Thanks. I'm just curious, what percentage of our students pay zero or, a fairly small amount?
We can get that number. We all have it. We probably just don't all have it at our fingertips right now at this very moment, but we'll be happy to provide that to Jason so he can share that with you.
Okay. And of those students, we are receiving revenue, right? I mean, so, Pell Grant revenue from pretty much all of them.
Correct.
Right? Okay. Thanks.
Steve. Regent Crow, do you have a question?
Hi. Yes, I actually have two quick questions. So one of them being that in the future, do we anticipate that for the 2024 cycle, there could be a start implementation date of October 1, that it might be this first year in this first cohort that there's a delay, but after this year, it would be cycling normal?
That would be my anticipation. I think this is just a startup hiccup that the Department of Education has because of the massive change that they're having to deal with. And so this next year, as we all know, change is usually very difficult, and the first year of change is the most difficult of all.
Perfect. Thank you for clarifying that.
And
my sorry.
Just as a follow-up to that, I don't think any of us mentioned, FSA is very hesitant to give, like, January 1st is when it's going to be implemented. My understanding is that FSA is trying their very, very best to make October 1 happen. Given that we're 8 months out, like, is October 1 still the best date, given kind of institutional implementations that probably need to happen because of this transition? I don't know, and that's above my pay grade, but I do want to make it clear that FSA has not officially come out to say that January 1 is happening. They're still really shooting for October 1, if at all possible from their perspective. That's at least what we're hearing.
Thank you.
Jim, this is Nancy. I have a question.
Go ahead, Nancy. I'm sorry.
So are the forms ever audited? Like, I'm confused with the value of land in Iowa. In Northeast Iowa, it's different than Southwest Iowa or Southeast Iowa. And, if I bought my farm for $1,200, let's say 20 years ago, and now I bought another farm for $15,000, what are you using on financial statements for that? Or is that ever audited? Does it come from the banker? What do you got?
Good question. I'll kind of start and I'll let others kind of chime in too. There's a couple of checks and balances in place, I would say. One being the potential for verification to be performed, and that is randomly flagged by the federal student aid offices. As FAFSAs are distributed to the colleges, we're informed of who to potentially check on or verify in this case. They don't necessarily give us all of the specifics on how and when a family is selected for that either. And so there's a little bit of the element of randomness to that for families. So that's one area. The other is within the FAFSA, these families are signing off to say the information they're providing is as accurate as possible. And we know that mistakes can be made, but they do mention penalties that could be assessed by the federal Department of Education and federal student aid and others in those areas. So if we see something that looks a little bit off, we also as an institution have the ability to follow up and verify that family's information as well.
Any other
if
questions?
it's all right, I was going to ask my second question.
Go ahead,
so
Adam.
I was wondering if it's correct that I'm interpreting from how Megan talked about the teeter-totter shift, that this change might alleviate some of the institutional support awarded to some of our most needy students, and that will be shifted more towards federal support within those student groups.
Yeah, I would say that that's an accurate representation. Would it completely eliminate their cost? I mean, that's obviously depending on, you know, their package and ultimately what they receive. But yes, individuals at the lower end of the EFC and SAI distribution are kind of, or students who have low EFCs right now are having even lower SAIs. So that means that they are going to become receive more Pell Grant dollars, potentially other need-based financial aid, different things like that, and become basically potentially receive more money from the federal government. So yes, it could alleviate some monies that are coming from the institutions, but at the same time, there is obviously a cap on your Pell Grant amount, and all of those students at the very end of the distribution are, you know, lowest of income students are more than likely already receiving max Pell, so they don't really have anywhere to go, if that makes sense. Their max Pell Grant can't go even further up, so they may not be alleviated, but, you know, middle income students becoming Pell Grant eligible and getting Pell Grant dollars would alleviate some institutional aid potentially that they are receiving. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Before we move on to the conclusion of our meeting, I want to take a minute and thank Roberta Johnson from Iowa State University for her service to Iowa State and the students there. She's retiring on July 5th of this year, and so this will be her last report to the board. For the past 40 years, Roberta has served the students of Iowa State, 20 of those years as Director of Financial Aid. During that time, Roberta has been a tireless advocate and champion for student success and accessibility, not just at Iowa State, but also across the state, region, and nation. She has served as the national chair of then the National Direct Loan Coalition, was appointed by Senator Harkin to the Advisory Committee on Student Financial Assistance, and her expertise has been recognized by Congress. She has testified in front of the House Committee on Education and the Workforce, the Senate Democratic Outreach and Steering Committee, and the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. Among her colleagues at UNI and the University of Iowa, she has always been willing to share her knowledge and expertise, even when sometimes recruiting from the same pool of students. As one colleague stated, "I cannot express how helpful this was, knowing that a colleague at another school would take the time to share ideas and provide thoughtful responses to questions and challenges that we faced." Thank you, Roberta, for your service to our students and families.
Thank you so much. It has been my honor and privilege.
Okay, is there any other business to come before this committee? If not, this committee meeting is adjourned, and the next meeting is scheduled for April 19th at University of Iowa.
Well, good morning, and we'll call the Property and Facilities Committee meeting to order. We'll start with the minutes of the November 9th, 2022 committee meeting. Any changes to the minutes? Hearing none, we'll recommend those to the board by consent. We'll move next to the University of Iowa Housing Master Plan. Rod Leonards.
Yeah, thank you, Regent Barker and members of the Property and Facilities Committee. A couple of notes to make before I start a very brief PowerPoint on this. Later today, you will be receiving and considering the Resident System Governance Report. Important elements of that report are associated with our housing and dining physical assets, and so we, in coordination with the board office, thought it best to bring these to this committee and highlight them during this committee. Second, I do want to both introduce and let you know that our Vice President for Student Life, Sarah Hansen, is here with us today. Sarah will say a word or two as we finish the presentation, but also is here to answer any questions you might have. And primarily what we're doing through these three slides that I'm going to show is describing the matters that associate with our request to the Board of Regents for permission to advance planning and study related to the elements and projects that I'm going to describe. So we'll go ahead, if we can, advance to the next slide. These are all part of, as we presented just over a year ago to the Board of Regents, our 10-year campus master plan. These are elements of that. I'm noticing a couple of images look different as this is being run, I think, from your board office. Different than the image I see on my computer. You can see some arrows flying around the room. I can talk through them and it's no big deal. You do have in your board docket information these three slides, and you'll see, I think, accurately the depiction of the images here. But the first slide, as you can see it, is describing and generally the Mayflower Residence Hall and its positioning along the Iowa River, north of the main campus. And that's the first subject of, at least of description here. I want to make sure that you're aware that the Mayflower Residence Hall was built itself as a private apartment 53 years ago. The university eventually did purchase it and began to use it for students living on campus. We've had, and Sarah can certainly second this, we've had over the years challenges with respect to this residence hall and its configuration as a former apartment, but keenly because it is the only residence hall that is more than a mile off the main campus, away from our food services that serve the residents in this hall, and also the residence hall neighborhoods. One of the benefits and documented benefits of our residence hall system and others at our peer institutions is the community and family and the interactions and networking that occur with these primarily first year and undergraduate students. And the Mayflower Residence Hall is one that lies a good distance from the campus and for students walking to campus, as you can imagine. It has been for a long time the last chosen by our residents who sign on to be residents at the University of Iowa, and also the first to be transferred from when availability comes to our other residence halls. And we've been watching this and been planning with housing and dining on this front for some time. You will note that the site of the building is adjacent to, close to the Iowa River and our Beckwith Boathouse, and also a couple of city parks in the area, the main city park across from the river, and then Terrell Mill Park, which is directly across the street from the Mayflower Residence Hall. If we go to the next slide, we'll see if the images improve. They do, and that was in fact the slide that showed those accurate lines. Then this slide summarizes our modernization plans for housing and dining as a part of our campus master planning. I mentioned and described the Mayflower on the first slide. Our intent, and I'll also note that David Keft, our business manager, is with us on the call as well. He will be working with local and then ultimately regional developers and real estate folks in the notion of our selling the Mayflower. Current planning, and again, this to be assessed by the market and our options, but current plan to make the 24-25 next year academic year, the final year that this would be a residence hall on our campus. We do, through that effort, maintain our capacity for all first-year students. Nearly all, or very high percentage, above 95%, 97 maybe percent, Sarah, of our first-year students choose to live on campus. That has been a long-standing percentage base for us. It does reduce the number of beds available for returning students. You can see we typically have around 1,000 returning students choose to live on campus. With the removal of Mayflower from the fleet of residence halls we have, that would be reduced to about 300. During this period of time that we're describing, we would maintain Park Lawn. We've taken Park Lawn, which is another residence hall near Hampshire Auditorium that is further away from all of our other residence halls. It's a smaller hall, but we would continue to use it. And I think it's important to note that there's also a poignant need for this, in that as part of the work we're doing on campus, Hillcrest Residence Hall, our largest residence hall on the west side of the campus, is undergoing a major modernization project that is taking currently for another year, roughly 300 beds offline. So that makes our need to keep Park Lawn in play for another year or two. A related but separate issue for us then is to address something that many of our peer institutions have and we have never, which is an on-campus option for returning student-styled residence halls, more of the suite-style residence halls with more single rooms grouped in small communities for social interactions, and close to our residence hall systems, our food service on the east side that exist in Burge Hall and Catlett Hall. We are asking for permission to explore and move forward with study that would allow us to construct between 250 and 400 bed hall that would serve returning students. As is indicated, we will work on the finances for this, work with the Board of Regents on that front. Obviously, as we explore the sale of Mayflower, should those proceeds be added to our ability to lower costs for construction of the new hall, we'll be exploring that. We've got a couple within our master plan, as you see on the map, a couple of sites on the east side of the river that we are targeting that are within the neighborhood of our existing residence halls. We have capacity within the Burge and Catlett dining centers to take on more students in that part of our campus. And so these allow us to use university-owned land close in and in very good locations, both for classes and for proximity to the other residence halls. As I said, they will be designed in more of the suite-style communities. We recognize, as you can see, our intent is to make sure that we assess our returning student demands on campus and work with the Board of Regents and obviously with Student Life and our housing and dining teams to assess future options. But you can see in the map some other longer term future option sites that are reserved for the possibility of future halls should those days and needs come. And then we continue to modernize our existing halls, going to the next slide and the final slide. If you can advance, please. This shows the campus map with some of the projects both in process and those planned. And we have often come back to the Board of Regents with the continuing effort to modernize the halls that we have on our campus to make them attractive and functional for the students that come to live there. I mentioned Hillcrest between 22 and 24, one of our largest projects on campus. More than $20 million modernization to Hillcrest, the largest residence hall and the residence hall that has our food service for the West Campus on campus students. And also staying on the West Side in 2027, as you can see, a less than $5 million upgrade, but a modernization project. Usually these relate to the piping and the plumbing and the systems within the building behind the walls that we have to make them work well as well. So a project there. And then looking on the east side, Courier Hall has a project planned in 2024 that would be slightly more than $5 million. Courier Hall is over 100 years old, is our oldest residence hall, but is one that remains very popular because of the modernization efforts we've made over the years. Burge Hall has a couple of projects that are slated for it in 23 and 26, and then Daum Residence Hall was built in 1957 with a 2024 modernization. So this gives a quick look at some of the projects, both those existing that we intend to modernize, our plans for a returning hall for our returning students, and then the plan to both explore and execute a sale of Mayflower. With that, that's the final slide of the show. I think I'll offer, Sarah, if you'd like to say a word or two to second some of the information there or add from the student life perspective.
Sure. Thanks, Rod. I'm happy to just reinforce that, everything we do within student life is aimed at supporting student success and supporting the academic mission. And so the evidence that we have that particularly for our first year students being placed in Mayflower, which is sometimes the only option, is not as good for their student success, sense of belonging, and retention, knowing that we have an institutional goal to increase our first to second year retention. This is one of the levers that we pull. And while we don't house a ton of returning students, the returning students that tend to want to live in the halls a second year are often transfer students, students who might be coming back from a dismissal, academic dismissal, Pell eligible students, and students who prefer campus housing for the simplicity of thinking of our friends that from financial aid, having their financial aid directly applied to their housing costs and then kind of knowing what they're working with from there. So they tend to be students that really will benefit from that kind of extra structure that the campus environment can provide. But having housing, again, that's set up for their success would be our ideal state.
Yeah, good, Sarah. Thank you. And I think one other little piece of information related to our market and what has been the case at the University of Iowa and in Iowa City for some time. Students from all different backgrounds, we talk about this, from small towns, large towns, out of state, come here and many times don't have a range of a social network when they first start their first year. The apartment market in Iowa City generally requires that students establish their group of friends that are going to lease an apartment for their second year by October or early November. And this is quite a challenge for many students, establishing who your good friends are, good influences are, and then getting together to work out a leasing arrangement. And because of that, we know it's important for some students who are still getting used to this larger college life to have an option to live on campus, to still be part of the residence hall system, the food system, and others. And so it's an important thing. We need to look forward to it. As Sarah said, our important drivers in driving retention for first and second year students is top priority, and these fit right with that. So thank you, Sarah. Regent Barker, we will be glad to answer any questions you might have before we go on to the Capitol Register, if you'd like.
Any questions on this? Yes, Regent Reiswick.
Yeah, thanks, Rod, for the presentation. Question, what is the current occupancy of Mayflower?
Yeah, so Mayflower itself has a bed capacity of just over 1,000. I think it's 1,018. And that's how many beds. We don't reside in it in capacity because it is the last chosen and first transferred from. But that is the number of the beds in the building, and it's built from a real estate perspective. In an original apartment, it's built as 2 towers. Now, we've connected through modernizations or renovations we've done. We've made some connections between the 2 towers, but 2 elevator shaft systems. And generally, and when one thinks about how it could be used either as an apartment or condos or others for a private developer, you could treat it as 2 different towers, modernized in different ways, whether it's housing or otherwise.
How many students live there today out of the 1,000 available?
Sarah, what is it? And again, it's impacted currently because of that Hillcrest project I mentioned, when we're about 300 beds down in a normally full Hillcrest. Sarah, do you know what the number specifically? Are we at 600 between?
No, I think it's closer to 800 this year.
Yeah, it would normally, if we had Hillcrest online, it is in more of the roughly 2/3 of it full, 1/3 of it empty.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Any other questions? And I just wanted to emphasize that this is a request for permission to plan and explore these ideas. This is not board approval of either selling Mayflower or building the new dormitory.
Correct. As is the case in all of the work we do, while we did include residence hall modernizations and others within our 10-year plan, we wanted to be very specific about the housing and dining and student life component of this, and we will remain lockstep with our regents and with the Board of Regents office as we explore the market for the sale of Mayflower, the implications based on that, and then as we study both sites, scale, architecture, and costs related to a returning hall, those will be communicated with. And in the case of the returning hall, as is always the case, we would come back for a budget and design approval.
Great, thanks. We look forward to working with you on that.
Absolutely.
Well,
quick
next,
question before we go.
Yes,
yes.
Regent Crow.
Perfect. So I was wondering that if we would proceed with plans to sell Mayflower in the future, in that period where Hillcrest would still be partially offline and still needing to fill bed spaces, would we need to do kind of quick construction of either of those near-term options for that new residence hall system, or is there some time we have as we could still employ Park Lawn?
Yeah, Regent Crow, it's a very good question, part of our planning process. One of the assumptions we're making is that in this assumed, if you will, last year within our residence hall system of Mayflower coincides with the last year of construction at Hillcrest. So the two, if Hillcrest went on another year, we would hesitate about the year in which we would remove Mayflower from the mix. Now, we would, and again, these are some of the things we will explore. We have options, for instance, to continue to, say, lease portions of Mayflower from a private purchaser. Those are, we want to remain as independent on our own with our fleet as we can, but there are some flexibilities and options, and we look at Park Lawn as one that is a safety valve, if you will, for some rooms, not a long-term solution for us. So those are very good questions. I think the timing of this is based on needs we have, and also the fact that Hillcrest will complete that work and we'll get 300 beds back into our fleet of beds by the end of next academic year.
Thanks for clarifying.
Certainly.
Sure. Any other questions? Well, next we'll move to the Register of University of Iowa Capital Improvement Business Transactions. Rod Leonards again.
Yeah, Regent Parker, thank you. We have two items, both UIHC, University Hospitals and Clinics related. I'll cover both of them, be glad to answer any questions. Then we do have one property purchase as well, and David Keft will describe that for you. The first of our two projects, both of them are budget approval requests to the board. The first is the Roy J. Carver Upgrade Elevator D Bank. We have, as if you've been there, know, the hospital is organized by elevators from A to Z and beyond, and they all serve very important roles. And in fact, Elevator D Bank also serves an access to our emergency helicopter pad system. But as we have gone through, not unlike the residence hall projects, gone through the modernization of these to make sure that they address access in a vertical sense up and down the important floors of UIHC for staff, doctors, and certainly patients, it is time for Elevator, the D Bank. And this would be 3 elevators, lobbies, all of the systems within the elevators, and the budget for this project is $4.7 million project to be funded by hospital building usage funds. As is described within the docket item, these were last modernized 22 years ago, and the elevator machinery is actually more than 40 years of age. So the time has come for this, and we're asking for permission to advance this project and move forward. The second is permission for or approval of the budget associated with the project that received permission to proceed in April 2021. These are the replacement of a large number of the windows in the Children's Hospital assembly, both the Children's Hospital and the bridge between the Children's Hospital to the main hospital that was built at the same time. As you can see from the docket information, This would be a $45 million effort. There are legal implications and legal actions occurring currently. Arbitration has been advanced, and we will proceed with arbitration with those we believe are the responsible parties for the difficulties encountered there. But nonetheless, we need to move forward on these windows with this project. We have a CM at risk at Board of Regents approval, and would continue forth, as you can see, an extended period of time in the construction schedule, starting this spring 23 through fall 25. Utmost importance to make sure that as the window replacement work would be advanced, that we are minimizing any impacts to operations in the Children's Hospital itself.
All right. Are there any questions about either of those projects? I've had an extensive tour of those windows and understand the need for that project. If there are no other questions, the next is the University of Iowa property purchase. David Keft.
Correct. Thank you, Regent Barker. The University of Iowa is requesting approval to purchase a single-family rental property at 9 Melrose Place for purchase price of $420,000, which is in accordance with the board policy and the appraised value of the home. This property sits adjacent to an existing parking lot serving University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, and is right off of Melrose Avenue across from the main hospital campus. We purchased many of the properties around it in the 2011, 2012, 2013 timeframe. As the new Children's Hospital was being built, that site, for those of you that remember, was a parking ramp, an above surface parking ramp. And we needed to replace that with a surface lot, which these homes allowed that to happen. There was one home that we were not able to acquire, and that is this property at 9 Melrose Place. The owner is now willing to sell at the appraised value. The home is completely surrounded by University of Iowa owned property, and this will allow us to continue to expand that lot. It'll be essential when we move forward with the bed tower and the raising of some other parking facilities to make room for that, to have additional parking capacity at the hospital, and this will allow that to occur. In addition, I think your write-up indicates we had commissioned a phase 1 environmental report. We didn't have that back yet. We now have that report, and as expected, there were no adverse findings. This has been a residential neighborhood for quite some time. There was no adverse findings from the environmental report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions about that purchase? Certainly is a strategic purchase, and parking is very much in demand in that area. So thank you. Thank you. We'll move on to the Register of Iowa State University Capital Improvement Business Transactions. And for that, we have Sean Norman, who is new to this. So we welcome you to the meeting.
Thank you very much, Regent Barker, for that introduction, and very welcoming in Iowa. So thank you. Today we come to you to talk, asking for permission to proceed with project planning for the Sheeman Building renovation project. This is a 48-year-old building. It has a lot of thousands of people come through for events. And one thing that we want to do in this project is the renovation of the first and the second floor, the entrance lobby and some restrooms. But the one big thing is the event and auditorium space, is that we want to make that a flexible event space that we can have these people that come in, these visitors that visit our museums and our athletic events. With that, it includes like updating the lighting, wayfindings. We want to elevate the walkway between the Sheeman Building and the Hilton Coliseums, but we want that to be evaluated during the process to see if there's any repairs that are needed. So this would not have anybody having to move out, no occupants, so everything would be good in that instance. And the project will be budgeted, our estimated budget is about $10 to $12 million at this point. So funded by athletic operating revenues.
Great.
So
do you know how long that project will take to complete?
No, I do not know that. Probably can get that information back to you to figure out how long. And I think that's why we want the design professional service people to help us with that, to see how long it would take and so forth.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
And next, we have the Register of University of Northern Iowa Capital Improvement Business Transactions, Michael Hager.
Oh, good morning, everyone. The University of Northern Iowa has 2 items on our capital register this month. The first item is renovation of the Innovative Teaching and Technology Center, Phase 1, to accommodate our nursing program. This is predominantly dealing with classrooms up on the 3rd floor and then a little bit of the ground floor. The 3rd floor is currently empty as we're finishing up a roofing project. It was started last summer, will be completed this coming summer, and then we will move straight into renovating that 3rd floor for the nursing program. The faculty offices that are in place will be utilized for the nursing faculty, so we won't be spending anything on those. So most of the work will be done on the student experience, which will be on the classroom areas. These are not traditional classrooms, as you can see from some of the renderings. These are classrooms that have a high simulation use. Simulation labs are an integral component to the curriculum. And so those will be part of the renovation, both on the 3rd floor and then some adjustments on the classrooms on the 1st floor. The project budget is just under $5 million, 4.95. You'll see an unusually large percentage of that budget is dealing with the furniture and equipment, and that is because of the lab equipment is a higher compared to most academic programs. The second one then is an adjustment to the budget for the Unidome fabric roof replacement. There's only 3, maybe 4 vendors in the world that make this type of fabric. It's not available at Hobby Lobby. And so those vendors have told us they're not able to produce it because of supply chain issues for this summer. So that'll be done the next summer, summer of 24. We will go ahead and do the waterproofing on the concrete ring beam on the outside of that this summer. But the cost of the fabric has gone up. There's been no scope change to that project. I'd be glad to answer any questions for either of those projects.
Any questions on these 2 projects? Regent Weiswick.
Just a question that popped in my head, so forgive me if this isn't well said at the moment, but the Unidome project, you mentioned that will, so that they cannot source fabric today, so that's a year away. Is that right, from getting
Correct.
that actually started?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything
we'll
we
lock
can
in the price today, though?
Okay, that was my question. So we can get that done today, and we're not looking at another 15% in a year or anything like that. This is locked in today.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good question. All right, anything else? Well, thank you for that. Any other items to come before the committee? Hearing none, meeting of Property and Facilities Committee is adjourned. Now we'll call the meeting of the Investment and Finance Committee to order. Agenda item number 1 is the minutes of the November 9th, 2022 committee meeting. Any changes or edits that anyone has? Hearing none, we'll consider them approved by general consent. Item number 2 is the Investment and Cash Management Report for the quarter ended December 31st, 2022. And we have the Dave Smith, and Doug from Marquette Managing Partners. Go ahead.
Thank you, Regent Barker. Good morning, everyone. And I understand that we're maybe a little bit behind, so we can skip through most of the market environment. And if we could scroll forward to the numbered page 13 with the headered asset class returns, we'll just start here. And I think everyone is probably well aware of the disappointing market environment in 2022. This was an unusual instance where both equities and fixed income produced negative results. Most often when one asset class is up, the other is down. But the very swift and abrupt move from the Federal Reserve to bring inflation under control, creating rising interest rates of about 4.5% to 4.75%, put downward pressure on every single asset class with the exception of core real estate in 2022. Again, this does underscore some of the merits of diversification by having asset classes like core real estate, private equity, and other private markets which aren't available here or visible here. But this certainly was a disappointing year for marketable securities. The good news is that 2023, at least through the end of January, has started off on better footing, but the market is keenly aware of what the Federal Reserve will do next to mitigate inflation, which has come down from peaks. But this has certainly put the market in perspective around what happens during periods of rising interest rates. Fortunately, across the portfolios under our collective care, we are diversified across public and private markets, and there has been some benefit, at least over the long term, of the allocations that we have underpinning each one of the portfolios. Happy to take any questions around market environment. There is a lot happening for sure, but we're also happy to move forward to the portfolios.
I think I just point out that you did have because I've seen your presentation a few times already, that showing that over the long run, our portfolio is still performing pretty well.
That's exactly right, Regent Barker. We do have our mind on the long term, and we asset allocate in consideration or recognizing that market environments will experience volatility. And we construct these portfolios in a way to align risk-return characteristics and achieve results and goal returns over the long term. And so with that, we're happy to advance to slide 15. So we have three portfolio types under our collective care: operating assets, a diversified intermediate pool, and then the endowments or the longest term assets. The operating portfolios are really designed to spend or to support ongoing spending. And this portfolio has a very high allocation to fixed income and very high allocations to liquidities to support operating needs, lower allocations to growth assets like U.S. and global equity. Unfortunately, fixed income was subjected to interest rate pressures as interest rates rose, bond prices came down. The good news is that yield in fixed income is now relevant again. With a dramatic shift in policy rates, the expectation on a go-forward basis is that fixed income will be much more attractive. Unfortunately, that did mean that there was a drawdown over the one-year period. On the following page, please, where we saw the portfolio come down around 8.2%, not too far off the overall benchmark. But again, over the longer term, 5 years and 10 years, we are much more aligned with our goal returns. And considering the fact that bonds were down 13%, equities were down 19% in 2022, the fact that we're able to track closely to our long-term goal return of around 3% is certainly illustrative of the diversification benefits.
And I always point this out, but that quarterly return there is just for a quarter. So that last quarter's performance was really very strong.
Yes, sir. And January started off well as well. As we've discussed in the past, all of these portfolios on the next slide, please, are aligned across policies. University of Iowa and Iowa State have the exact same policy across the operating portfolio and the endowment. The only difference is going to be attributable to changes in cash flows and different demands on liquidity. So here we can see that fixed income, equities, liquidity are all very closely aligned with long-term asset allocation goals, and we try to keep them at these policy weights as closely as possible to align expectations with actual outcomes. And when we scroll forward to the next page, please, we see that the results are in fact very similar to the University of Iowa portfolio, and then our long-term results are aligned with benchmark results despite the pretty dramatic drawdown in 2022. On the following slide, please, the University of Iowa does have an intermediate asset pool, which is designed to offer a slightly higher return than can otherwise be achieved in the operating portfolio. The notable differences here, lower allocation to liquidity, higher allocation to return-seeking assets relative to the operating portfolio across U.S. equity, non-U.S. equity, and a slightly higher allocation to real estate. And of course, with a higher allocation to fixed income, lower allocation to liquidity, and higher allocation to return-seeking assets. On the next slide, please, we did see a slightly higher drawdown, but we saw a more attractive recovery in the third quarter, a more attractive recovery in January. And as we look out over a 5 and 10-year period, again, we are closely aligned with our goals, and we do see the merits of higher allocations to return-seeking assets over the long term. Equities have offered more attractive results than fixed income, and we notice that in the long term actual return.
Then finally, the last part of the review here is on the endowment funds. And if you move forward to page 21, we start with the University of Iowa endowment. And again, from an asset allocation standpoint, the endowment is a longer term portfolio with a higher return target. So you'll see more allocations to return seeking assets, and in particular to private markets, which have strongly benefited the fund over time. If you look at the overall allocation, similar themes to what we've seen over the last few quarters, with an overweight to private markets and a subsequent underweight across some of the public assets. Again, this will change over time. We expect it to moderate over the next few quarters. It's down from last quarter as well, but overall, relatively close to targets, given the over and underweights here. Then on the following page, the performance was quite strong, as Regent Barker mentioned. That quarter return is not an annualized number, so up over 4% just for the quarter. And as Dave mentioned, January was a very strong month as well. It was a very difficult year overall, but the endowment did protect pretty well in a pretty big negative return environment for fixed income and public equity. And private markets are certainly a big part of that. And then we did see some nice outperformance in other parts of the portfolio, including fixed income. But I think if you look over the longer term, the 3, 5, 10-year periods, you can see returns, close to 8%, if not higher than 8%. So both on an absolute and relative basis, the endowments are performing quite well over the long term. The next page is the Iowa State endowment, and again, similar themes here in terms of that overweight to public or private markets and the underweight to the public markets. Again, very mindful of that allocation. We should see that moderate over the next few quarters, similar to what we're seeing on the University of Iowa side. And on the next page, just in terms of performance, again, very similar themes overall. And again, if you look towards the longer term time frame, even with the most recent year's negative performance, the 3, 5, and 10-year numbers are quite strong on both an absolute and a relative basis. We'll stop there and happy to answer any questions that anyone might have.
Any questions? Well, thank you. Thanks very much for the report. And any other business for the committee? Then we are adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.
I'll begin by calling the roll. Regent Dunkel.
Present.
Regent Barker.
Here.
Regent Crow.
Here.
Regent Rouse.
Present.
Regent Reiswick.
Here.
Regent Bates.
Here.
Regent Lindemeyer.
Here.
Regent Butker.
Here.
Regent Richards is present. We have a quorum and the meeting can proceed. At this time, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Regent Dunkel, who will run the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting.
Thank you, President Richards. Good afternoon, everyone, and I'd like to call to order the Audit and Compliance Committee. First item on the agenda is the minutes of the November 9th, 2022 Audit and Compliance Committee meeting. You've all received those in the packet. Do you have any questions or changes to be made? Okay, then the committee will approve the minutes by general consent. And then I'll turn the program over to our Chief Audit Executive, Deborah Johnston, and she can make the presentation for the audits that have been, she's been working on. Deborah?
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Dunkel. On February 14th, Regent Dunkel and I met with Dan Corleski, partner.
Hey, Deborah, excuse me. I can't hardly hear you. Could you move a microphone closer, please?
Oops. That helps. First time
there
I'm doing this, a board office. Hello, everyone. So thank you. I was just saying on February 14th, Regent Dunkel and I met with Dan Corleski, who is a partner at KPMG, to go over UIHC's financial report. We went to a Zoom meeting and there were no significant concerns noted in that report, and neither Regent Dunkel or I had any questions for Dan. Dan was very complimentary about Mark Henricks and his UIHC finance team. And although Dan is not online presenting today, he said he would be happy to answer any follow-up questions the board may have. And we have his contact information if you choose to do that. With regard to the internal audits this time, at the University of Iowa, we completed a respiratory care audit for UIHC, which included recommendations to improve their HR processes by eliminating the use of an outdated and incomplete access database that was not secured, and then move all of the personnel records to the university's e-personnel and CQ system, as the whole university is going to that. We also recommended that management improve their processes to ensure that respiratory therapist bronchoscopy assists are being captured and charged appropriately, because we found that they were not always being charged. Regarding equipment, the issue we found in the equipment, our recommendation requested that they work with bioengineering just to ensure that the equipment records are updated in that system so that the reports that they're using to track the equipment is more accurate. At Iowa State, we completed an audit of the Clery app, just as we did for UNI and Iowa, and ISU's findings were very similar. Our primary recommendations related to creating detailed SOPs for key personnel with clear responsibilities, and then ensuring that cross-training and succession planning is in place for those positions. We also asked that they consider creating a Clery committee or expand the current Title IX committee to include Clery activities to improve governance over their processes. We asked that they proactively identify employees or positions that would be classified as campus security authorities, train them in a timely manner, monitor the training for completion so that they understand what their duties are, and consider automating any of these processes in using Workday. We recommended that they ensure fire drills are completed, documented, and reviewed in compliance with the annual fire safety report procedures and fire code. We want to ensure that fire safety training is completed in a timely manner and that they are monitoring that for completion. We also would like to see them reconcile information between areas accumulating source data. So this, for example, would include things like disciplinary action referrals and the tools used to track possible Clery crimes. So they use a Clery spreadsheet. They have a daily crime log. We'd like to see some of that information reconciled. We could not reconcile all of that during the audit. And we would like them to retain critical information, including timely warning assessments and information that ultimately is uploaded to the DOE website. At the University of Northern Iowa, we completed a university benefit and leave administration audit. We did this at the other two institutions as well. Recommendations were made to have UNI conduct update procedures to require supporting documentation for initial enrollment and open enrollment
Recording in
periods,
progress.
and then review documentation for supporting qualified life event changes. In addition, we recommended that UNI document when exceptions to the benefit change submission deadlines are allowed and evaluate leave administration processes to determine what automations could be put in place to improve those. Are there any questions on the reports? Okay. Couple of things here I wanted to talk about. We talked earlier about our quality assurance review. We did get the final report. We did get a generally conforms rating for that, which is what we expected. And we're going to post that report on our internal audit websites at each of the institutions so that everyone can see the results of that. I will tell the board that we are lagging in completion of our audit plan. Iowa staff is still down 2 positions. One on the campus, one on the healthcare side. We're also training new auditors that have started with us this year. That takes a little bit more time. But we met with the dean of the Tippie College of Business, and we'll be working with them to source candidates from their graduate and alumni to try and get a better applicant pool to come and work for us. And then the last item that I have for you today is an update of the North Liberty Hospital construction audit. Baker Tilly has started their work. We had 2 kickoff meetings in early January, one with internal audit and one with the project team, and they have been given access to Build UI, which is the university's system where all the documentation resides. They've developed and delivered the contract risk analysis documents, the audit plan, and the audit program, so they have met the timeline for their very first deliverable. And I've reviewed those and they seem appropriate. And they're currently completing interviews and working on the construction project controls review and current state analysis phase of their audit plan. That's all I have for you. Do you have any questions for me today?
Any questions? Okay. Thanks, Deborah. And I'll just confirm that we did have the conversation with KPMG, and it was a very good audit. And I too want to thank Mark Heinrichs and their whole team because they did compliment them for being organized and making it an efficient audit. Any other business to come before this committee? Then I'd like to make a motion that the Audit Compliance Committee recommend that the board receive the following items: University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Audit Report and internal audit reports issued. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Regent Barker, for that second. So the Audit and Compliance Committee is now adjourned.
Thank you. And thank you, Regent Dunkel, for getting a good report. I'd now like to recognize Regent Bates, who will run the University of Iowa Hospital and Clinics Committee meeting.
Thank you, President Richards. We'll call to order the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Committee. Our first item of business is the minutes from the November 9th meeting. Are there any questions or corrections? Okay, hearing none, they'll be approved by general consent. And now I'd like to welcome Dr. Brooks Jackson, Vice President for Medical Affairs, and Tyrone D. Arts Dean, Carver College of Medicine. And I'll turn the floor over to you right now for your team's report.
Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon, Regent Bates and fellow regents. I'm pleased to be here today, and I'm joined by Interim Senior Associate Vice President for UI Healthcare and Chief Executive Officer for UI Hospitals and Clinics, Kim Hunter, and UI Healthcare's Associate Vice President for Finance and Chief Financial Officer, Mark Hendricks. I'd like to start with a few quick updates. First and foremost, I am pleased to report that the long-awaited accreditation visit by the Joint Commission finally occurred in late January, as we welcome the survey team to our hospital campus. As I mentioned previously, our survey window officially opened last spring. So after months of preparation, our entire team was in a suspended state of readiness and anticipation for several months. Ultimately, the hard work and diligent preparations of our faculty and staff resulted in a glowing review. The final report confirmed 0 condition level findings and no need for a resurvey, marking an excellent recognition of our commitment to providing a safe place for the care of our patients' needs. We are also proud of how our entire team demonstrated a commitment to excellence in serving Iowa, our patients and their families with high quality, compassionate care. While these positive survey results reflect the hard work and dedication of our people, it's important to note that even when a Joint Commission survey is no longer looming, our standards remain high because it's what our patients deserve. Our protocols and policies are not in place just for the Joint Commission. They exist and we follow them because it's the right thing to do for our patients and visitors. We left a positive impression on the survey team, who acknowledged that what we achieved is a great accomplishment for an academic medical center of our size. I especially want to call out Kim Hunter for her outstanding leadership over many months to keep everyone focused on this important effort. I also want to recognize and thank all the faculty and staff for all they do every day and for once again bringing distinction to Iowa in this truly meaningful way. Kim, anything you'd like to add on the Joint Commission survey at this time?
So, I mean, you summarized it great. I think the leadership of, we have so many leaders here, right? And they really were so involved. And, you know, we're following up on the few things that we need to do, and we're right on schedule with all of that. So it was a great experience for us all. And I think for the team from Joint Commission enjoyed the visit as well.
Thank you. So next, I'm pleased to report that there is good news on the pandemic front. In short, everything seems to be moving in the right direction. The COVID-19 vaccine appears to be very effective against the virus strain currently circulating in Iowa. Infection rates and hospitalizations continue to decline here, and nationally, rates of flu are now minimal. We've seen a significant decline in severe respiratory syncytial virus among the pediatric population, and the number of UI healthcare employees out due to COVID-19 has been minimal in single digits. In addition, despite the continued labor challenges faced by nearly every sector of the economy, our headcount at UI healthcare continues to grow. While we continue to have some areas with higher rates of turnover than we would like to see and that are more challenging to fill, our efforts to recruit and retain talent appear to be steadily gaining traction, and we remain laser focused on these efforts. These are all positive signs that the worst of the pandemic appears to be behind us, and indeed the White House announced January 30th it would simultaneously end the COVID-19 national emergency and public health emergency declarations on May 11th. Hospitals and health systems have approximately 100 days to prepare for the restoration of waived requirements and other changes in policy and practice, and we are taking the steps that are necessary to prepare. In other good news on research funding, our latest research numbers continue to be very strong, with an overall external funding through January of this year up more than 14.5% over this same time last year. NIH awards are also up 4.54% from this time last year, and the number of NIH applications continues to trend upward, which is great. Moreover, in the recently released FY 2022 Blue Ridge rankings, which measure NIH funding, we were delighted to see that two of our departments, otolaryngology and anatomy and cell biology, garnered the highest rankings in the Big Ten and were in the top 10 in their field in the country. So I'm pleased to share that our faculty continue to work very hard to seek funding to support their research efforts, and in many cases, their hard work quite literally pays off. As you know, research funding is vital to fueling the kinds of biomedical advances that truly change medicine and change lives. It takes years, often decades, and often collaborations for discoveries to be made and treatments to be developed that improve the lives of patients. And we were delighted to learn recently that one such example of a collaboration involving University of Iowa researcher Michael Welsh, MD, will receive the 21st Annual Wiley Prize in Biomedical Sciences for discoveries leading to the creation of cystic fibrosis treatments that have improved and extended the lives of patients living with cystic fibrosis. Dr. Welsh, who is a professor of internal medicine at the Carver College of Medicine and director of the UI Papa John Biomedical Institute, will share the award with 3 scientists from Vertex Pharmaceuticals as well. The Wiley Prize in Biomedical Sciences is one of the most distinguished honors in medicine and recognizes breakthrough contributions that have opened new fields of research or have advanced concepts in a particular biomedical discipline. Several of its distinguished recipients have gone on to be awarded the Nobel Prize. Dr. Welsh, who has been at the University of Iowa for almost his entire career, is the consummate physician scientist, endlessly curious about big scientific questions, yet constantly grounded by how answering those questions will make patients' lives better. He is also an amazing mentor and colleague, and who has been a guiding force for our research community for decades. We are incredibly proud of Dr. Welsh and all that he has accomplished at Iowa, and we are so pleased to see him honored with this award, which will be presented to him in March. And that concludes my opening remarks, so I'll now ask Mark and Kim to provide the financial and operational update.
Let's see. Who can advance the slides? Ah, there we go. All right, thank you. So really today, we want to talk to you about the services we provide through our emergency department, right? We like to highlight different parts of our health system. And, you know, when we talk about our mission to serve patients across the whole state, the emergency department absolutely is an important part of that mission. Now, we do have some constraints, which we often talk about, but the fact of the matter is we have a high occupancy rate throughout the whole hospital, and really this just shows that. So as you can see in the graph, if you look at the yellow bars, you can see that this is the average midnight census over a 5-year time period. And this just says at the stroke of midnight, how many patients are actually in inpatient beds with us. And you can see that that average census at midnight has grown steadily and is around 600 right now. Then if you look at that, we've tried to keep pace, right? Continue adding beds to our facility so that we can take care of the demand that we have for patients coming to us. So you can see over the same time period in the gray bars, we've actually increased our number of staff beds to try to keep up with that. And try as we might, and we still have a lot of demand and a lot of people that need care from us. And the red line really just shows you our occupancy rate. So we really are around 95% full. And so that just shows that we continue to need more room to take care of patients that need our care. So we want to really talk to you about, although we've done this work, you know, what are some of the impacts that we see in our emergency department? So we'll go to the next slide, which really just shows a map of the state, and you can see the numbers of patients that come to our emergency department throughout the state. And so about over a third of the counties of our state send over 100 patients to our emergency department each year. And so as far away as, you know, western part of the state, even, we receive patients from those hospitals to our emergency department. And then about a sixth of the counties within our state send us over 600 patients a year. So our emergency department is quite busy with those transfers in, as well as the people that come to the emergency department directly. And so the great thing about it is most of our counties have emergency departments, and they provide great care where they are. And that allows people to receive the emergency care they need locally. But then there are some patients that need more complex care that their local facilities can't provide. And so we're happy to fill the need there to take those particular patients and provide the tertiary and quaternary care for them. And so we'll go to the next slide. and show you some information here. I just want to explain kind of what these 4 charts, what trend this shows. So the first top left is really talks about or shows us the total number of emergency visits. And you're going to say, well, in 2018 to 2022, we had a decrease in the total number of visits. And that is true. And really, we did things to impact that. It was intentional to try to drive patients to receive care in the right place at the right time. You can see the dip in the total number of emergency department visits in calendar year 20 when COVID first started. And so when you look at this, and we look at the top right-hand graph, you'll see these are the emergency department to emergency department transfers. So this shows the volume of patients has risen over that same time period, about 33% of patients who start out in an emergency department close to their home and then are transferred to our emergency department. So while we're seeing an overall decrease in the total number of visits, we've seen an increase in the transfers from other emergency departments. And so that it would make sense along with that, if you look at the bottom left-hand graph, it shows the acuity of those patients. So there's a numerical scale that really emergency departments throughout the country use to rate how acutely ill the patient is and the services they need for that. And so our acuity of patients in the emergency department has risen over those years. And then the bottom right-hand graph shows the emergency department length of stay. And so it also shows that those patients have increased in the amount of time they stay in the emergency department, the hours they stay in the emergency department with us. And so really kind of in summary, if you think about it, it makes sense. We've had fewer people coming to the emergency department, but of those who come to the emergency department, they're more ill or need more acute services. And so our acuity of patients has gone up. And because of the complexity of those patients and the type of care they need, then they also spend a little more time in our emergency department than in the earlier years. So let's go to the next slide. And it really shows you our wait times of patients in the emergency department. So there are patients that come into the emergency department, you know, sometimes in the middle of the night, we may have a handful of patients or 10 or 15, and then other parts of the day, we may have 30 or more. On up to 70 at times. And so sometimes, some days up to about 30 patients are waiting in the emergency department for an inpatient bed. So that means they've seen a physician, they've received some treatment to stabilize them, and then a decision has been made to admit them to a hospital inpatient bed. And when that bed is not immediately available, they wait in the emergency department and receive care from physicians and nurses during that time. What emergency departments often call that is boarding time. It's the amount of time a patient is waiting, boarding there before they go to their ultimate destination, which is an inpatient unit. And you can see over time, the number of hours of patients boarding in our emergency department has increased 40% over this time. And so that is really linked to our capacity constraints of not having beds available that are empty as much as we would like. So patients end up waiting in the emergency department a little bit longer. So when you look at this whole picture, we've really tried to be proactive. In the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about that. So I referenced a little bit earlier about wanting to make help patients get the right care at the right place at the right time. And so we have some other places where patients can receive care. And for about 15 years here, we have had quick care locations, and some of you may have frequented those before, but they're awesome. If you have a minor illness, an earache or fever or a bad cough or something along those lines, you can walk into a quick care and receive care from a provider there and then go home usually. And so those are very helpful. But we also determined in 2017, we really need to have another type of setting that provides a little more complex care that people can walk into, and we opened urgent care. So we have 3 urgent cares in our area. And the difference in these is urgent cares can have capability to do x-rays and treat broken bones and some other dehydration and some other things that a patient may have. So they can be treated there and then sent home. And then if they need follow-up, of course, then those appointments can be scheduled. And then, of course, we have our emergency room, right, that remains open. Some things to note about quick care and urgent care is those facilities are not open all night long. And so while the quick care and urgent care allow patients to be seen there and not come to our emergency department during the daytime and the evening hours, we still do have patients that come to us for more simple treatments overnight, just because those facilities are not open. But really what we've done is really try to teach the public we have these 3 options, and these are the ways that you can use them. And our volumes in the emergency department have shown they've dropped some, and we think it's most definitely related to providing these other options for care for people. And so the next slide really speaks to that. So you can see the volumes have gone up steadily in our quick care and our urgent care settings over the same time period. So the picture all fits together. And so we're really proud that we've got different facilities that can meet the needs of the patient when they need them. And so we'll go to the next slide. And the next slide really just shows this is of the visits that come to the emergency department on the acuity scale, right? How sick the patients are. It just shows we've had a decline in the number of patients in our emergency department who are lower level acuity, right? And so again, the picture fits together. They're receiving care from us just in settings that are more appropriate for these lower level acuity illnesses. And so we believe it's worked well. And on the next slide really is just kind of a summary. So, we continue to see decreased hours in our or decreased visits in our emergency department, but we still see the amount of time patients are boarding our emergency department is higher than what we would like. And so we really continue to work to find ways that we can increase our bed availability on the inpatient side and continue to move patients through faster. But, we're very proud for the emergency department patients that we see from across the state. And I've had the opportunity different times to be in the emergency department and watch those patients come in through different transport mechanisms, whether it was the helicopter or ambulances. And our teams are honestly amazing and are ready there to jump right in and take care of all of those. And so we continue doing great work, even though our capacity constraints, are real. On the next page, we want to show you some other work that we've done really to help with some of this. So when I talk about patients staying in the emergency department a little longer, waiting on an inpatient bed to open up, another project we have in the works, and actually is what we call a short stay unit. And it is literally that, a unit that's dedicated to patients that just need to be with us maybe 24 hours or 48 hours to be observed, have some treatments, have some diagnostic testing done, and then be able to discharge them. And so you see some pictures of what this unit will look like. It opens in April, so only 2 months from now. The unit will feature 30 private observation rooms in the lower level of our John Colleton Pavilion. And so what this will help us do regarding our occupancy is right now, patients that need these observation stays are staying in our inpatient units. And so by opening this 30-bed unit that will be open 7 days a week, we'll be able to put our observation patients in this new unit, and then that frees up the beds on the other inpatient units that those patients are occupying to be used for other patients. So we will open this unit with 30 beds, and then we'll gain some empty rooms that I'm sure will quickly fill up on the inpatient units. And so things that people come to this type of unit for, maybe chest pain or abdominal pain, or maybe they've had a minor procedure or a surgery that only requires a 24-hour stay. And so we think too that this unit will assist our emergency department in decreasing the number of patients who are boarding, because some of those need to be admitted for observation, and that's what these beds will be dedicated for. So on the next page, it really just shows some of our goals. Just like I said, we want to decrease the patients boarding the emergency department and be able to utilize our inpatient units for those patients that have more acute care needs and may have a longer stay. And then really focus in the short stay unit. All of the patients in those units and all the staff are working together to have tight processes in place to treat the patients and discharge them quickly. So we're really pleased about that. But I want to tell you, you know, we always each time present to you kind of a recognition of people or services here. And on the next slide, and the one after this, thank you so much, really talk about our environmental services bed making team. And you might think, well, I've never heard of such a thing. But really, when we talk about our inpatient beds being so full and patients waiting in the emergency department to be admitted, a few years ago, it was actually in 2018, we created this special team in our environmental services group that would focus on cleaning rooms and turning them over very quickly so that the next patient could come into that room, so that we would have patients wait less time for an inpatient bed. And we have an amazing team of people, and this is their job. And they work usually from about noon until midnight. A larger number of them work from 3 in the afternoon till 11 at night, when a lot of this turnover of patients occurs. And so they come in and they clean these rooms and work in a coordinated way, such that there's another team that's doing all the regular environmental services work throughout the hospital. But this particular team is focused on just turning those rooms open. And if you go to the next slide, there's just one more slide here. And it really just says we have about 20 full-time equivalent employees who work during this peak time of discharges and admissions. And in one day, they can clean up to 300 rooms. So they are moving quickly. They clock or log the amount of time it takes them, and they have service standards they need to meet in order to clean a room appropriately for the safety of patients, as well as the time it takes to do so. And so they clean each room and turn it around in less than 60 minutes. And so when you look at teams like this nationally, they rank in the top 20%. So we're really proud of them. And honestly, I've had a chance to interact with them. And if you do, they do it with a real cheerful heart too. And they really have bought into the purpose of why they're doing this and their connection to the patient. So we're real proud of that work that they do. And so I hope that this presentation gives you a little glimpse into some of our challenges, but actions that we have taken and continue to take to see patients in our emergency department and get them admitted if they need to be, or sent home if that's where they need to go. And at this point, that ends my presentation, and I believe Mark's presentation is up next.
All right. So before we get into the slides, I just wanted to make one comment around the national perspective. I think this group knows the healthcare industry still kind of in a challenging time financially. And in December, this was reflected in rating agency views of the industry overall. So rating agencies not only talk to us and rate our individual, give us an individual rating for our bonds and those kind of things, but they also continue to look at the industry. And given what we're seeing nationally around limited reimbursement changes versus extensive expense inflation, in the month of December, S&P rating agency moved the industry outlook to negative from neutral. And Moody's kind of did the same thing back in October, November timeframe. So the challenges are enough to where they've made a determination to kind of change the industry outlook overall. So if we go into the next slide. So looking at volumes, overall, the inpatient mix has returned in this fiscal year to a more normalized medical versus surgical mix versus what we've seen in the midst of the pandemic, but case mix still remains high. You can see volumes year over year, discharges are down a little bit, days down about 3.5%. Some of that is, again, as that case mix comes down a little bit from the height of the pandemic. Surgeries are up 3.2%. So you recall in the pandemic, because of staffing and other things, we had to close 4 OR rooms. 2 of those were reopened in August. 1 was opened in January, and the goal is that the remaining one be opened in April. Clinic visits down about 5.3%, but that includes the ILI clinics that were open specific to elements of COVID and the pandemic. So if you adjust out those specific clinics, clinic visits are about flat year over year. Case mix is down a little bit, but still high versus historical basis. And then we've talked a little bit about in the past around salary expenses. Salary expenses for the half year below budget, but I think we're going to see in the second half of the year, those are going to trend above budget somewhat. Overall operating margin, actual through the half year with directed payment at 12.5%. Without directed payment, about 0.5% versus a goal of 1.2 negative. If we go to the next slide, are the actual financial statements. And I'll just point out a couple things here. So if you go to, your eye kind of focuses on the actual, you can see the 168 million operating income with directed payment. Again, that's focused on the master facility plan. And the operating income without directed payment, about 5.5 million through the 6 months, or about 0.5%. So, pretty narrow margin versus other years in typical standards, but running ahead of our seasonally adjusted budget of a loss of 1.2%. But the other thing I would point out on this slide that kind of ties into what rating agencies are seeing nationally. If you go all the way to the right and look at net operating revenue, where we're at this 6 months versus the same 6 months last year, our revenue and rates have gone up 3.1%. If you look at the next total operating expenses have gone up 9.9%. So you can see kind of the example of what's going on nationally, and that's specifically shown here of what we're seeing year over year of that expense inflation outpacing what we see in rate changes. If we go to the next slide with the overall metrics, not a lot of change here. The one thing I would comment is in April is the typical update time period for the Moody's medians. So you always have to kind of look at this with knowing there is a delay in those medians coming out. So these medians reflect basic activity through calendar year 2021. So in April, there's elements that are that's going to change, and specifically days cash on hand. Given the investment returns over the past year, would expect that those are kind of normalized more towards where we're at in the 240, 250 range. But with that, happy to answer any questions, or Kim as well.
Are there any questions from anyone?
I had one. Dr. Jackson mentioned that they're making good progress on recruiting. Just wanted to ask if you're confident in your ability to staff the new facility in North Liberty.
Kim,
so I'll jump in, Regent Barker. So we are. We continue to recruit people. We're working on some international recruiting that I think will help us with that in mind. And then working on, it's all recruiting, but retention as well, and working on retention there and development of our leaders. So I think all of those different strategies together will be able to staff both locations well, and provide great care. I think the things you see with staffing challenges that we experience and talk about in other hospitals throughout the state, you see it through every state in the country. It is just where the industry is right now. And so, it's important for us to remain competitive from compensation perspective and benefit perspective for people, because they have many choices to make. It is nice to see COVID, settled out. And I think that will have some, impact on travel agency opportunities for people. Will become less over time too. And I think that will help everyone.
I'd just like to mention that, the North Liberty location, which opens up in a little over 2 years, is in a very appealing location. And I think it will also bring more of the workforce back into the workforce because of that location alone as well. So all the things Kim just said, I think that too will be a big draw.
Great, thank you. Just one other thing. So the picture we got was that the real challenge is the increase in expenses. So I was just wondering, is there any initiatives or plans to review expenses and look for areas that that you can save on?
Yeah, that will definitely be, I mean, Kim and I and Dr. Jackson have been talking about drilling into that right now. I mean, we're going into our next year's budget, so there's going to be a lot of emphasis around that. But Brooks and Kim.
Yeah, I mean, besides looking exactly what is the right role for each person and can we be more efficient, I mean, we have other opportunities that we have been looking at in terms of decreasing length of stay, for example, how to increase OR turnover, how to better utilize our clinic, outpatient clinic visits. Volumes are still key. I mean, because so much of our expense is fixed. And so if we can increase volumes, that alone will be helpful. But at the same time, being more efficient, productive will be extremely helpful too. And really making sure we utilize, people are really practicing at the top of their skill set is one of the areas we're looking at as well.
Are there any other questions?
I have a question, somewhat of a follow-up about the recruiting nature. So we all know that's been difficult. Is there something that's changed, or you're doing something differently that you're seeing improvement there? Kind of a follow-up to David's question, but I'm just curious. And are you doing something different? Do you see something different in the industry? What's happening there that you're seeing the improvement?
Well, I don't know, Kim can answer, but just I'll say right off the top, I mean, we have been giving, where we have vacancies in particular, we have been giving increased shift differentials, for example, or increased sign-on bonuses for specific areas. That is really market-driven is the approach we're using for that. Kim, obviously we have some retention efforts as well, because retention is probably as important or more than recruitment in many areas.
Right. And I think, creating a pipeline is really important as well. So we've done work to strengthen our relationships with schools that produce students in various areas where we have needs. Some of the schools we have our own, right, through the university, but then going out to respiratory therapy programs and other nursing programs and ensuring that we're tapping into our own College of Nursing folks. We are starting to go to more. So one of the things with COVID is so much closed down. And so we've have initiated in-person recruiting events for folks and focused on that personal touch and focused on showing them and allowing them to interact with their people and see where they would work, where they could work. And so I think that is important as well. So honestly, we're trying so many things, right? You're reaching out through social media, radio advertisements, and we continually look to see what can we do to be and remain competitive in the market, and really look them, what are people looking for, right? People have changed what they want out of work and what they look for. And we're just trying to stay on top of that and match it.
Okay, thank you. One last question. How many open nursing positions do you have that you're looking to hire right now?
So if you look at our website, I think you would see about 700 positions posted. if you went through and counted them all. Some positions are posted different ways, right? They may be posted for a position. It could be posted as a full-time or 2 part-time, or some flexible shift or a straight shift. And so included in that 700 are the different ways positions are posted. So that is a little above what we need, but it's, you know, it's less than that, probably somewhere 500, 600 positions if you take out some of those duplications. Now, the other thing I'll say is that's to have every position filled, right? And so most businesses don't run with every single position filled all the time. And I think that's important to keep in mind, right? So when you look across nursing, for instance, a lot of, for years now, nursing vacancy rates, even before COVID and the impacts of that, were somewhere around 7 or 8%, or even some places ran 10% or 11% vacancy rate. And that was normal because of that ebb and flow of people coming into positions and people transitioning out of them. And so when you look at those number of open positions, we need to understand that's to be perfect, right? To have everything filled. And that people rarely meet that mark to have everything filled all the time.
Right. I agree. What do you know what the time to fill is on those positions on average?
That is a good question. I don't have that, number of days.
Okay.
So we could get that for you.
Just curious if that's improving at all or not. Yeah. That's all I have.
Also, it varies quite a bit by the type of position too.
Mm-hmm.
If there are any other questions, I think we'll go ahead and I want to thank you all for your report. It's always good. Dr. Jackson, you always bring us good news. Kim, your presentation about all of it and the bed making team was so good. And Mark, you handle our finances for UIHC very well. So congratulations on Joint Commission. I don't think people realize what hard work that is and what a great rating you got. So anyway, thank you very much for your report. Is there any other business to come before the committee? If not, then the committee for University of Iowa hospitals and clinics are closed and it will be given to the closed session, or not closed session. They'll receive the presentation, excuse me.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank all the presenters. It's very good to hear this. Now, moving on to the closed session. The board has necessity to meet in closed session for the following reasons. In accordance with Iowa Code Section 21.5.1.I, to discuss marketing and pricing strategies or similar proprietary information in a meeting of a public hospital where public disclosure of such information would harm such a hospital's competitive position when no public purpose would be served by public disclosure. And B, in accordance with the Iowa Code Section 21.5.1.A, to review or discuss records which are required or authorized by state or federal law to be kept confidential. And C, in accordance with Iowa Code Section 21.5.1.C, to discuss strategy with counsel in matters that are presently in litigation or where litigation is imminent and premature disclosure would likely prejudice or disadvantage the position of the board. At the conclusion of the closed session, the board will reconvene in open session. Is there a motion the board enter into closed session?
So move.
Regent Butker, is there a second?
Second.
Regent Barker, seconds. Any discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Regent Bates?
Yes.
Regent Crow,
Yes.
Regent Rouse,
Yes.
Regent Risewick,
Yes.
Regent Dunkel,
Yes.
Regent Butker,
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer,
Yes.
Regent Parker.
Yes.
Regent Richards votes yes, the motion is approved. We'll now go into closed session. And when we come out, we'll let you know. Thank you. now in open session. We'll move on to, we're because of the weather, we're going to try to shorten the meeting a little bit. And we hope not to remove content that we can't look at later, or so if everybody will agree to the adjustments as we go along, then we'll be fine. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Are there items board members would like to remove from the consent agenda for separate vote? Is a motion and a second are required to approve and receive items on the consent agenda? Is there a motion?
So moved.
I move.
Richard,
Or I'll second.
Who is that? Who got it? Bates. Sherry.
Okay, I got it.
Regent Bates seconded. Any discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer?
Yes.
Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Crow?
Yes.
Regent Reiswick?
Yes.
Regent Bates?
Yes.
Regent Butker?
Yes.
Regent Richards votes yes. The motion is approved. Okay. I have a brief president's report. And because of the special schools, I'd like to be sure that we get this on the record. Under condition of the state address last month, Governor Reynolds announced an effort to improve state government by aligning departments differently and making operations more efficient. There are two areas that I want to address which affect the region's enterprise. The first is moving the governor's Iowa STEM Council from the University of Northern Iowa to the state's Department of Education. Governor Reynolds is co-chair, and there are countless people involved in this critical initiative, from the executive committee, the advisory council, the regional network managers, operational staff, and various programs. This program continues to build a strong STEM education foundation. UNI has done an amazing job in building this capacity for the state of Iowa. Changes to funding, programming, and operations are not expected. In fact, we are hopeful that programming may expand the responsive STEM programming for young people and in local communities will continue. The second thing I want to mention is the governance of the Iowa School for the Deaf and Iowa Educational Services for the Blind and Visually Impaired. Governor Reynolds recommends moving oversight of these two entities also to the Department of Education. The governor's proposal will streamline administrative efforts to make decisions for K-12 students within one department. The DOE and already oversees K-12 education statewide, including those with disabilities, and has the expertise and background to add oversight of IST and IES BVI. Our special schools already work closely with DOE and the AEA staff in their day-to-day work. This alignment makes sense and will serve our deaf and hard of hearing, blind and visually impaired students well. The Board of Regents wants what's best for the students and families that receive services through ISD and IES BVI. Everyone should know that existing programs and services will continue. There is no plan to cut services or plan to reduce employees because of this proposed realignment. I'll say that again. There's no plan to cut employees or to reduce employees or to reduce employees because of this proposed realignment. I'll say it again. There is no plan to cut services or employees to reduce employees because of this proposed realignment. This process is just getting started, and so changes are imminent. It will take time to go through the legislative process, and the board will work with the stakeholders to ensure a smooth transition as things move forward. We have solid leadership in place with the interim president, Superintendent John Kuhl, the interim superintendent, John Kuhl. The board has full confidence in him to assist with the transition. In conclusion, we know that, let me also say that we know that people are very anxious for news on a search for a permanent superintendent. However, we must pause that for now while the governance and oversight are addressed. Thank you. I eventually got that sentence out right. Okay, moving on. We'll hear brief reports from the institutional heads. And I believe President Wintersteen, would you go first?
Thank you. And I have a few slides, President Richards, but as you requested, I'm happy to move quickly through my report, given the weather conditions that we all see outside. So just a quick note that we celebrated the first day of recognition for George Washington Carver. We did this as in response to the state legislature's day of recognition that was established in last year's legislative session. The governor signed a proclamation making February 1st George Washington Carver Day of Recognition. And we can go to the next slide and see that we had just a phenomenal evening. Over 600 individuals attended the program. We had speakers from all over Iowa and the nation celebrating the history, really recognizing George Washington Carver for the great agricultural scientist and humanitarian he truly was. So we will celebrate again in 2024 on February 1st. Going on to the next slide. We welcome this morning Sean Norman as our new Senior Vice President for Operations and Finance, a great addition to Iowa State's leadership team. And in April, we'll welcome Jason Henderson, Vice President for Extension and Outreach. Jason is an Iowa native, got his undergraduate degree at Cornell College, and just a wonderful individual, degree in economics. He'll replace John Lawrence, who will have served for more than 30 years at Iowa State University. Going on to the next slide. Well, a little bit about student success, and our Student Success Initiative is part of our strategic plan and our Jumpstart projects that we began last year. Due to new investments in supplemental instruction, tutoring, and peer mentoring for our foundational and gateway courses, which are often those courses that are most difficult for our students, we saw a real change. So just to give you two examples, in an important economics course, the average grade improved to 3.02 compared to 2.73, and the math course from 2.8 to 2.84 compared to 2.58. You can really see what the difference is when we provide the necessary support for students who might be struggling just a little bit in these gateway courses for their specific majors. And going on to the next slide, Iowa State University truly is a national research powerhouse. When we look at institutions that are do not have a medical school associated with those, and the amount of federal research dollars they bring in to their institution, we're ranked number 17 in the nation, which is truly a great representation of what the work of our faculty is at Iowa State. We had a record $284 million in fiscal year 22 in external research funding, and that was a 23% increase over fiscal year 21. So some great news about what is going on in research at Iowa State. And pictured here is one of our students in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. She's part of a high impact award for undergraduate research, which awards up to $1,500 per semester for students who participate in research programs. This is Nethmi Hewage. She's a senior in chemistry and pictured with her faculty research mentor, Professor Kirill Kovner. They've been working together since Nethmi was a freshman, focused on developing novel materials that could be incorporated into a range of commercial products, from car engines to computers. And the goal is to create fundamental materials that are more energy efficient and leave a smaller carbon footprint. This experience has really allowed Nethmi to have some unusual successes. She's been able to present her research findings at national conference, and she's been an author on studies published in academic journals. So Iowa State University, really a national research powerhouse. Going on to the next slide. We are so proud of the fact that Iowa's public universities, so the state of Iowa's public universities, are rated number 3 in the nation for the highest in terms of student returns on investment. This is a ranking from University Business, a national publication covering higher education, that recently ranked the return on investment of the public university systems in all 50 states. And Iowa's Regent University scored very high. Again, collectively, we ranked number 3 for return on investment. The ranking was done by comparing tuition and other financial factors to the increase in lifetime income that graduates earn from their degrees. We were very pleased to see the report specifically highlighting Iowa State University. It mentioned our highly valuable mechanical engineering program, which graduates nearly 500 students every year and has a median return on investment of nearly $925,000. Other programs were also noted for their great return on investment and high value. So we're very proud of all the Regent universities, proud of Iowa for providing such a wonderful return on investment for our students. So the next slide, please. We're also proud of the national and global recognition that we've received as we've infused innovation and entrepreneurship in a big way across all of our colleges and many university programs. For the 3rd year in a row, Iowa State ranks number 11 in the nation by the Princeton Review for undergraduate programs out of 300 public and private universities. We won the 2022 Innovation and Economic Prosperity Award from the Association of Public and Land-Grant Universities. We placed first place in the innovation category last year, and it's our 4th award in 6 years in the category of innovation. And then the ISU Papa John Center for Entrepreneurship was recognized as a top entrepreneurship center in the world with the 2022 NASDAQ Center for Entrepreneurship Excellence Award. And this is provided by the Global Consortium of Entrepreneurship Centers that are made up of universities around the world with a focus on entrepreneurship. So next slide. Iowa State faculty are winning some of the most prestigious awards in research and academic scholarship. Iowa State was just named a top producer of Fulbright scholars. We had 6 faculty members and 1 staff member win Fulbright awards, and they're shown here. And you know that the Fulbright program is the U.S. government's flagship international educational exchange program. Next slide. We have 3 faculty in economics, chemistry, and plant genetics who've been named fellows of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. Each faculty member shown here has an incredible portfolio of research, scholarship, and discovery. The AAAS is the world's largest general scientific society and publisher of the magazine Science, one of the world's top academic journals. Well, with that, I think I'll conclude my presentation and thank thank you all for the opportunity to share some good news about Iowa State University. Thank you.
I think we're just going to move on. We won't have questions unless there's something really burning. Thank you, President Wintersteen. President Wilson.
Thank you, President Richards. I don't know if I can beat that time, but I'll try. So, and thanks, Wendy, for pointing out some really amazing things, including the national study that places the state of Iowa third. That's just something we're all very proud of. I'm going to focus just exclusively on students today and on student learning as a theme. We, as you all know, spend a lot of time and a lot of energy on thinking about student success. It's one of our pillars in our strategic plan. And I just want to give you some updates on what we're doing at the University of Iowa. Next slide. All of what I talk about today will be about programs that support students, some of which are explicitly educational and some of them are outside of the classroom, but educational nonetheless. So next slide. You've heard me talk a lot about the First Gen Hawks program. I talk about it everywhere I go. I will continue to talk about it in any place that I can. And as all of the regents know, it's part of our request for funding for enhanced funding from the state. We know this program works. We're thrilled with the pilot that we've launched. And what we'd like to do is expand the number of students in the program to 250 and to extend the program for 4 years. Right now, it's a first-year program only. As you can see, we have pretty powerful data that show that with exposure to the first-gen involvement in the first-gen Hawks program, we can increase first-year retention by almost 10% for students who are first in family to go to college. That's a pretty, well, by 10%, I guess, with rounding error. That's a pretty profound demonstration of impact. And so now our goal is to expand it to 250 students and to add some need-based scholarships to it. That's part of our funding requests from the state. And we'd like to also work on building stronger relationships with IJAG so we can support high school transition to the University of Iowa through that program, which is statewide. Next slide. Another aspect about the First Gen Hawks program that as we collect data, we're really proud of. It's serving students from all over Iowa, from lots of different counties, 57 counties in particular. We're up to 155 students this year in the program. I said we want to grow it to 250 and then make it a 4-year program. So altogether, we'd like about 1,000 students at any one time involved in the program across the 4 years. But the one fact that I'm really proud of is that 73% of this year's cohort reside in Iowa. They came from the state of Iowa. So we are truly changing lives for lots of students from around the state. Okay, next slide. We've talked a lot about First Gen in the abstract, but I always like to share what do these students look like? What do they care about? What are they doing? Here's Jameson. She says, being part of the First Gen Hawk program has shown me how much the University of Iowa genuinely cares about each and every student enrolled here. No matter where you come from, you are capable of amazing things and you will have an abundance of support along the way. As you can see, she resides or comes from Cedar Rapids, and she's got lots of majors, as many of our students do, all focused on health, which is great. Okay, next slide. I want to just reiterate what you heard from VP Leonard's about our housing and our dining, and from VP Hansen as well. We're working all the time on thinking about student success beyond the classroom. And what we know, next slide, is that our housing and dining need continual remodeling, continual upgrades. We're completing Hillcrest. You heard about our plans for the Mayflower Residence Hall. I sit in the president's residence at night and see students walking in front of the house to go to the dining, and I think, oof, we shouldn't have freshmen having to walk that far to get a meal. So that part of our energy around the Mayflower is that it's just simply not good for first-year students, and a lot of them are requesting, as you heard, to live elsewhere. These smaller residence halls that we're working on will help serve upper class and will be suite style in nature. Next slide. One thing you may not realize, but these are really important factors as you think about housing and dining. Actually, students who reside in university housing do better academically. And here you can see that in our case, GPA is 0.2 higher for first-year students who live in the residence halls, and the retention rates are higher for students who live in the residence halls. We have about 94% of our first-year students who live in the residence halls, but some don't. And we know that those who do succeed at higher levels. And this isn't just at Iowa, this is a national phenomenon, and we can show you more data if you're curious about the role. Why is this the case? Well, there is tremendous programming and support in residence halls beyond just a bed and a roommate. They're getting a lot of support, a lot of time with RAs, and a lot of thoughtful programming that supports students and their sense of belonging as well as their academic success. So we're going to continue to work on housing and dining for optimal student success. Okay, next slide. I also want to talk a little bit about where we're going in terms of classroom support, and this really dovetails nicely with what you heard from President Wintersteen. Both of these programs we've launched with P3 funding. They're both organized around first-year courses that we know are often gateways to majors that students want to pursue, and they can also be stumbling blocks if we don't support students in these courses. So we've launched the Hawkeye Introductory Courses program, which really focuses on those, as I said, gateway courses, just showing you here some of the success with chemistry courses, in this case with General Chemistry 1 and with Principles of Chemistry. And you can see that our drop rates have improved significantly, both among first-gen students and non-first-gen students. So by embedding peer learning assistance and working on the content to make sure that we're using the sort of most cutting-edge pedagogical strategies, that we're making these courses work much better for students. And I can give you lots of data on that, but we're proud that we actually can show that students are doing better in these courses. And we're not changing the content. We're just changing how it's taught and how well students can learn in these courses. Similarly, we have a P3 program called Learning at Iowa, where we really are helping students think about how do you learn. And that may seem like a strange approach, but many students don't reflect very much on how it is they learn and what conditions help them learn better. So we're teaching them ideas around memory and metacognition and what kinds of strategies are going to be most effective. We have 25 different departments and units involved in this particular P3 project. One example is we have students fill out journals and about what they're doing in terms of studying habits. And then we have peer mentors look at the journals, give them feedback, and students are learning what works, what doesn't work, how to strategize around learning in a much more successful way. And some of these students just didn't get this in high school, or if they got it, they didn't pay any attention to it. And so we're teaching it in a much more direct way. All of which is to say, we're constantly working on enhancing student learning. Last slide I have is, I guess, an overall success strategy. You know that in our strategic plan, we have very ambitious 5-year goals, one of which is to get our first-year retention rate up to 90%. It's currently, when we started the plan, it was at 88%, and I'm proud to tell you that officially we're at 89% now. So we've increased it by 1%. You may say big deal, and I will say it is a big deal. It's hard to move these percentages. It requires a lot of very effortful processes and commitment from staff and from faculty. And so we feel really good. We're on our way to the 90%, which is our 5-year goal. And part of it is pulling all these programs together and getting everybody to really think about how do we ensure success of our students. So that's my last slide, I believe. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Again, we'll just move on. Thank you. That's a very good report. President Nook.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you today and join my colleagues in discussing how the University of Northern Iowa impacts not only our state, but the country as well. So we can go, what I want to do today is give you just a few examples of how we are creating opportunities to engage our communities, our local community and the state, also empowering students to succeed in their careers, and also to innovate the ways that we are innovating new ways to deliver education across our state and really around the world. Next slide, please. One of the events that has become an annual event on our campus is the Martin Luther King Jr. National Day of Service, and it's now moved to Pack the Dome. The last couple of years, we have moved this event to the Dome because we've simply outgrown every other facility on our campus and in our community. In this event, we partner with UNI's Office of Community Engagement, our Panther Pantry, AmeriCorps, the Volunteer Center of the Cedar Valley, and Northeast Iowa Food Bank to pack backpacks that kids with food that they can take home on the weekend so that they've got access to healthy meals during the weekends. All of these students are food insecure. You can see the number of backpacks and the number of volunteers and the volunteer hours here on the screen. More importantly, this effort will reach more than 4,100 school children in 159 schools. And every weekend, they'll have a backpack to take home with the food that will provide nutrition that's very needed for them. It's just wonderful to watch how this has grown and to see so many volunteers from across our community and really around the state. We've had elected officials both at the state level and amongst our congressional delegation join us. The lieutenant governor was with us a year ago along with his family, had a great time helping us pack some of these backpacks. Next slide, please. We also outreach to the state, and on Valentine's Day, we had the opportunity to bring a little Panther love to the legislative and executive officials in our state with UNI Day at the Capitol, helping them understand what the impact is of a UNI education on our students and the things that are going on here. We had nearly 100 students involved and upwards of 50 faculty and staff at the Capitol. It was great to see the interaction between our students and elected officials as well as staffers at this event. There is a tremendous impact on legislators. Many of them commented to me about the way that our students talked about the university, the quality of the education that they were getting, the resources that were available. But as importantly, there's a tremendous impact on our students. The ability, many of these students told me that it was the first time that they'd been in our state capitol. And many more told me it was the first time that they'd had an opportunity to talk with their legislative representative, senator, other elected officials. And it's important that they learn to do this in a respectful way to engage with their elected officials. And they really appreciated that opportunity to engage in this way. Next slide, please. I want to introduce you to Olivia Chambers. Olivia was just recently named to the U.S. Paralympic Swimming National Team. She is a sophomore biology major, very interested in pre-med. She's originally from Little Rock, Arkansas. In December of this past year, she participated in the Para Swimming National Championships. She won 2 gold medals, one in the 400-meter freestyle and one in the 200-meter IM. She won a bronze medal in the 100-meter butterfly and placed 4th in the 100-meter backstroke and 5th in the 50-meter freestyle. This February, just a couple of weeks ago, she set 2 new U.S. Paralympic records, one in the 50 back and one in the 200-meter butterfly. And she has been named now to the U.S. Paralympic Swimming National Team. Olivia was when she was 16 years old in 2019, her vision suddenly went from being absolutely perfect and normal and being able to read. And while she was reading a book, her vision deteriorated pretty much in an instant. She is now has 2,400 and 2,500 vision, so she qualifies as a para-Olympian and to compete, but she has not let this slow her down either in the pool or in the classroom. And she has said time and time again, her parents talk about how important the pool is to her and what a place it is for her to continue to be able to swim, to be able to compete as well, and to be competing at a very, very high rate. Next slide, please. These 2 individuals I have spoken about before, Aaron Kirchhoff and Jessica Himes, were just recently named to this year's Paralympics, the U.S. Paralympics roster as well. Erica Kirchhoff, that you see on the left, is a Solon High School graduate, a 4-time state high school championship qualifier. and participates at UNI. She is slated to graduate this spring with a degree in liberal studies. She participated in the 2020 Paralympics and qualified for the finals in the 400 meters and was one of the top 8 finishers in the world in the Paralympics. She also just completed with the U.S., just was named to the U.S. national team in the 400 meter, 200 meter, 100 meter, and the 4x400 meter teams. Jessica Himes on the left is from Swisher, Iowa. She's a 2021 graduate, so one of our alums in biology, and competed at UNI all 4 years that she was here. She was a Paralympian in 2020 and finished 5th in the discus. And in 2016, she competed also in the Paralympics and finished 8th in the discus and 7th in the 400 meters. She also has competed at the World Championships in 2015. So what is, I think, really important to recognize that all 3 of these Paralympic athletes have competed as Division I athletes on our campus. They speak highly of what the coaches both on our campus and in their high schools have done to help them continue to develop, not just as athletes, given the hardships that they face, but as people, and to use athletics as a venue to continue to grow. So all of them have a big shout out, not just to the coaches here at UNI and coaches elsewhere, but our athletics department and the support they've received from their faculty and staff here at the university as well. Next slide, please. The university is also innovating new ways and new opportunities to engage the people, not just of Iowa, but around the world in receiving a high quality education. On January 10th of this year, the University of Northern Iowa announced a new hybrid accounting degree. It is our standard degree in accounting, delivered though in a hybrid manner. That includes both online and in-person instruction. What we have announced is a partnership with DMAC to deliver this in the accounting program in this manner in the greater Des Moines metro area. This is for place-bound learners who already have an associate's degree, and it's a partnership with the College of Business, the accounting department, our Office of Online and Distance Education, as well as with DMAC. And I'd like to just read one comment that was made by Greg Engel, the Vice Chair of Tax at KPMG. KPMG is a supporter of this program and helping fund part of this. While the accounting shortage is real and pervasive across all markets, we're collectively making tangible progress to remedy the problem. Hybrid programs for professionals with associate's degrees, like what UNI is offering, mark an important step forward by bringing in candidates through less traditional pathways. We need more of this outside the box approach to hiring, including an enhanced focus on DEI candidates and those with more of a tech-first lens to accounting. So I really want to say thank you to Joe Ugrin, our department chair in accounting, and Leslie Wilson, the dean of the College of Business, and Jose Herrera, our provost, for being forward-looking and getting outside of that box and looking for new ways to deliver education in important venues and important areas as well. Next slide, please. This year's Rose Bowl Parade did have a big Iowa effort in it. 3 of the bands that participated in the Rose Bowl Parade were led by UNI alums. You can see the names here and the bands that they led and worked with. Notice that these bands are from 3 separate states, one in Georgia, one in Wisconsin, and one in Pella. The band from Wisconsin is a little bit unique. It is not a single school band. It is a conglomeration of bands from across northern northern Wisconsin. They worked independently to put the music together, and then came together for a few practices and rehearsals to bring the band together as a single unit. It's amazing what it takes to get into the Rose Bowl. The application is long and arduous and can take up to 8 years before you finally earn a spot into the Rose Bowl Parade. So it's just very rewarding. We take a great deal of pride in having 3 of the bands led by UNI alums. I want to just share one thought from Gabe Schott, one of the people here. He led the Pella Band. Said the music program at UNI is second to none in the state of Iowa. The quality instruction, real world experience, and relationships I developed through the opportunities provided at UNI set me up to be successful both inside and outside of the band room. All four of these individuals talked very favorably about their experience in the School of Music at the University of Northern Iowa and their experience on our campus. So it is tremendously rewarding to see this level of success amongst our students and our alums. Next slide, please. Finally, the University of Northern Iowa has recently hosted the Waterloo Life Lab program. This is a group of 8th graders from Bunger and Hoover Middle Schools here. The Life Lab program is about helping 8th graders in particular start to think about what their future holds and where their life is going. It's an opportunity for them to learn about college, to tour college campuses. By the end of March, all 800 students in the 8th grade in these schools will have attended programming on our campus. This includes not only climbing on the rock wall that you see here, the climbing wall, but it includes academic workshops with faculty and staff and students, and an opportunity to eat in our lunchrooms and experience our residence halls, and really get a better understanding of what it means to be a college student very early on, and plant the seeds that everyone has an opportunity to become a college student and be successful at a university. Next slide, please. With that, I'd say thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today about some of the things that are going on at the University of Northern Iowa. Thank you.
Thank you, President Nook. Superintendent Cool.
Thank you, President Richards. Thank you to the entire board for my opportunity to be here and speak to you today. Whether it's because of retirement or it's because the schools moved to governance under the Department of Education, I sure will miss the university updates. Another thing is I want to thank the board, both the Board of Regents and the board office staff who've worked diligently and been proactive, with this proposed bill by the governor in helping the special schools and helping me and being behind me and providing support and communicating to all the stakeholders, to our staff and students to kind of quell the anxiety, reduce the amount of anxiety, because change is difficult, and your proactive approach to that, getting that letter out in a timely fashion and helping me to be able to communicate to everyone is greatly appreciated. And I appreciate all that you're going to have to do in the months coming up as this transition occurs. Next, well, this is the slide right here. We already passed the first one. So I just wanted to say quickly that we have 17 students who are participating in our 4+ programs here at ISD. And one of them is a new student who's just come to us. And so that student isn't working currently. But it's really, I'm really proud of the staff here who have worked so hard to have 16 of the 17 students placed, and they're working and they're working at places like FedEx and Highline Warren and Amazon, Hy-Vee, Goodwill, the YMCA. I mean, there's just a variety of places that they're working. And so I'm really pleased with that. Our faculty recruitment remains very challenging. And I'm just going to say this real quickly. Alaska School for the Deaf, Atlanta Area School for the Deaf, Willie Ross School for the Deaf in Massachusetts, the Learning Center in DC, Model Secondary School for the Deaf in DC, Maryland School for the Deaf, DC public schools who need teachers of the deaf. They're all desperate for teachers of the deaf. And so we're not alone in our search for teachers of the deaf. We're not alone in our search for TVIs and for orientation mobility specialists. This last year, this current school year, we've gone with 4 faculty positions on the ISD side unfilled, 2 IES, BVI, O&M positions unfilled, and I just sent a couple of staff out to the career fair at Gallaudet University for teachers of the deaf, and I'm really pleased to say that it was a last minute thing because we were not told that they were having their fair this year. Got on a flight, we only knew a week ahead of time, got them out there. We've already had 7 applications online, and our staff here is already communicating with all those teachers out there in the DC area who are either looking for work or who are getting ready to graduate in May would be available to us in the fall. So we're very hopeful about that. As you all know, Gwen Woodward, our regional director for IES-BVI, is retired. So we've had a domino effect there. One staff stepping up, being promoted to Gwen's position. That position becomes vacant. Somebody steps up, takes that position. It was that kind of thing for us. However, in the end, we end up with an O&M person retiring. So we're going to have another vacancy there, making it 3. And we're going to have a TVI position vacant because she got promoted to the deaf-blind consultant. So we're real hopeful about that. We've got applications. We're going through the interview process and hope to have those people replaced by this fall if everything works out. Next slide. Just to, you know, our IES-BVI wrestlers traveled. There's only 2 of them that participated, but they went to Louisville for the tournament, and both of them won at least one match, but one of the wrestlers ended up taking 2nd place or taking 3rd place. And then our mascot, he was able to get enough enthusiasm in the crowd that he was placed 2nd in the mascot contest. And that was pretty exciting for him. And our cheerleader squad placed 7th with one girl taking 3rd place in the cheer competition. Next slide, please. Our Ninja Cat Vex Robotics team, I mentioned this to all of you before. It's really been an amazing journey for them. They've been able to compete. They first competed here at TJ, Thomas Jefferson High School here in Council Bluffs, and placed last of about 200 teams. And but they were encouraged to participate in their first one so that they could learn some things. They've gone on to really do very well. And they took 1st place in the robotic performed tasks, successfully took 1st place in that. Overall, out of 35 teams down in Alabama, they took 9th place, but in the skills test, they took 1st place. So that was really rewarding. Also, throughout each one of their competitions, they've gotten better enough to where the state of Iowa tallies these points. And our team got an email this morning, and they're invited to compete in the state competition. So we got invited to that, which starting out in last place and coming all the way to that is phenomenal. And they just don't give up. They keep working at it. Next slide, please. We hosted the Great Plains School for the Deaf tournament here on campus, which is a basketball tournament for all schools to participate in Great Plains Schools for the Deaf. And our cheer teams also participate in that. We hosted that over the 2nd through the 4th. There's over 200 people stay here. We feed them, we house them here on our campus. It's incredible. 9 teams were invited, 2 had to cancel due to weather, but our ISD girls basketball team placed 2nd. And the girl, the young lady on our basketball team, who is our high scorer and go-to person, is also a part of the cheer team. And the cheer team, for the first time in the 34-year history of the tournament, took 1st place. However, our go-to lady who got us into the finals, on the last move that she made, she did the splits to end the cheer. She pulled a muscle severely. She wasn't able to participate in the championship game. And I really believe that contributed to us getting a 2nd place instead of a 1st place in the girls basketball team. Next slide, please. Our students, both IES-BVI and ISD students, are going to be joining the legislators to do the Pledge of Allegiance on the 27th of February. They're always very excited to do that. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to touch base and follow up because I know that a couple of the Regent members were in these committees. I've talked about it before, but I just want to keep you apprised of what's going on with the House File 604, the Lead K legislation. We are asking for the $300,000 again this year. We're working very closely. I'm having weekly meetings with the Department of Education. We've already started those, and we've got them scheduled to go through to the end of June so that we can address what we need to do to provide family mentoring support, family support services, mentoring services, as well as ASL assessments. Those are the 2 primary things that are pointed out there in that legislation. If we receive the $300,000, we'll be able to hire that family resources coordinator and get them out statewide. We have currently done 30 ASL assessments, and those have all been done by Tina Cloud, our outreach director, who really wasn't hired to do those assessments, but she's been doing them. And we're developing a job So we're writing a job description for an ASL specialist that will come in, and that ASL specialist is the one who will then start trying to assist with those ASL assessments around the state. The other thing I want to mention is that we had Explore ASL on February 18th there, just this past Saturday up in Des Moines, Iowa. And a young lady who her name is Savannah Dayan, and she's a 12-year-old deaf girl who has gone viral. She did a video, a song with Carrie Underwood in person, and Carrie brought her to do this song with her, and she signed it, and she went viral and had 10 million hits. Was an overnight, sensation kind of thing. She came to Des Moines, Iowa from Maryland with her mother to perform for our Explore ASL on Saturday. We had some other local speakers. We had the lady that started #WhyISign. She came and she was our keynote speaker. Last year we had about 100 people at the Explore ASL, and this year we had 239 that registered. It was a phenomenal success, and I'm here to tell you the food was great. The hotel did a great job, and I think everybody left pretty satisfied and happy with how that all went. And that pretty much sums up what I had to say. Thank you very much for having me here. Appreciate it.
John, thank you for your work, and thank you for stepping in and taking the interim position. We're going to have a slight change of order here. We'll recognize Jason Pontius, our Chief Academic Officer.
President Richards.
Associate Chief Academic.
Yep. President Richards, members of the board, good afternoon. So every year we give a graduation retention report. I'm going to give just a few highlights from that report now, and go ahead and go to the first slide. Talking about graduation retention, first I want to talk about just number of degrees. Our 3 Regent universities produce the most bachelor's degrees in the state of Iowa by far, and 62% of all bachelor's degrees in the state. Next slide. As you've seen these before, we also have some of the highest graduation rates in the country for 4-year publics. We continue to be number 2 as far as earned a degree at the institution you started at, but we are number 1 for having earned a degree at some point. So any student who entered our university, about 81% of those students entering our universities end up getting a degree from one college or university. Next slide, please. Breaking down this kind of 6 years after entry into a Regent university, you can see in the first set of columns that 71% are completing at the same institution. 4% leave the institution but go and get an associate degree. 7% go on to get a 4-year degree from some other college, and some of those are our Regent universities. They're transferring from one Regent to another. 5% are still enrolled, and only 13% are in that category of no longer in college and did not earn a degree. That percent is obviously well below the US average for 4-year publics. It's also below the average for 4-year privates. And when we talk about college, like the student debt crisis, when that comes up, this is the category that folks are most concerned about, because these are folks that have college debt, but do not have the extra degree that gives them the additional income to help them pay off that debt. Next slide, please. Our graduation rates have remained actually very similar over time, and which is interesting because we have changed how we've done admissions during the time period. So you can see prior to 2009, we were using the 50% high school rank for automatic admissions into our universities. And we moved on to the RAI with the 4 factors, with the ACT, high school GPA, rank, and core courses. And 2016 was our first year where we admitted students with class rank being optional. Now, we will continue to track this as we move into kind of the test optional phase of things. But it's kind of an interesting factoid is that for the entire history of our universities, we've only actually used standardized test scores as a requirement for automatic admission for 12 years. Next slide, please. Hidden within those flat kind of graduation rates, those 6-year graduation rates, we've seen some remarkable growth in the students that are graduating within 3 years of entry of the universities. This amount here, so to give you an idea of the kind of the scale, you compare from from 2000 to 2019, these are the entry cohorts. About 600 additional students are graduating in 3 years as compared to the year 2000. Next slide, please. In addition to the 3-year graduation rates, our 4-year graduation rates have also shown significant growth over that same period of time. This is about 2,700 additional students graduating within 4 years in cohort of 2018 versus the cohort of 2000. Next slide. And then if we move beyond looking at all entry students and just focus on the students that earned a degree, then you see our kind of time to degree has been growing over time, with 71% of our graduates earning that degree within 4 years. And the number of students needing to take an additional 5th year or 6th year has been shrinking during that time as well. Go ahead and go to the next slide. And I want to wrap up today with a slide that I was scooped by President Wintersteen, but just to kind of talk about that, looking at return on investment for the degree earned, South Dakota, Minnesota, and Iowa top the list as best return on investment. And if you look into the methodology for how they calculate the return on investment, the factors that really influence whether a state has a very high ROI is the cost of attendance low, is your graduation rates high. And as we've seen from the financial aid reports today and our graduation retention reports, we fall into those categories very nicely. That's all I have. Any questions from the members of the board?
Any questions for Jason? Thank you very much. And normally Brad Berg is a man of few words, and it's going to be very few today. He's not talking. We received the report. We acknowledge that we received the report. That will be equivalent to the first reading. Be sure and then read it and look at it. We all have, but I mean, look, if you have questions, you can ask Brad another time. That'll appreciate it if everybody allows us to do this. So we can move on. At this time, I'd like to recognize Chief Academic Officer Rachel Boone.
Thank you, President Richards. And we will quickly move through this action item, but I do want to give the universities an opportunity to say a few words regarding this one. So the board supports the institutions in part by having them help come up with a list of peer institutions that we can use when we're looking and trying to benchmark against various aspects nationally. And the institutions have recently revised these. I'm going to ask Provost Herrera from UNI to sort of kick off, say a few words. Each of them will say a few words. Provost Herrera and then Provost Wicker and then Provost Kriegel will share just a few words about the process that came up with a list that you see in your docket.
Thank you, Rachel, and good afternoon, everybody. We'll make this very quick. So what is before you is a list of 10 peer institutions that through a process that we followed back in 2016, I remember, we came up with the original that you see on the left-hand side. The proposed UNI peer institutions are somewhat overlapping. There's 4 that have the same identity, and then you'll see the list of 6 new ones that, based on the same process we used, are now showing up as our peers based on several metrics. I won't belabor that, but I'd be happy to address any questions if there are any.
Seeing none, Provost Wicker, would you speak about Iowa State?
Yes, thank you, Rachel. So our peer list was actually created in 1986, and it had been updated only once since that time in 2016 by changing one university on the list. So a lot has changed since 1986, and so we appreciate the charge from the board to take a fresh look at this peer list. Last fall, I formed an advisory committee with broad campus representation to conduct the work that's represented in the docket item. This advisory committee reviewed a wide range of different institutions. We looked at a lot of different quantitative indicators of university activity using iPads as the standard data source. And then we looked at many qualitative factors as well. Institutional mission. Do we feel we compete against these institutions for students and faculty? The mix of academic programs. Are they land grant institutions? Do they consider us to be a peer? And in the end, we came up with the list represented in the board docket. All of these proposed peers are land grant institutions, are Carnegie classification, very high research institutions. 3 universities will continue in this group, and 7 are new. So that is a quick summary of our process.
Questions?
Provost Craig will go ahead.
All right, thank you. We at the University of Iowa followed pretty similar processes. We wanted to retain our peer AAU institution comparators, selectivity of students and success, faculty considerations, R&D expenditures. Also for us, in affiliation with an academic medical center was important. So really to closely align with our peers, but also maintain a set of aspirational peers. We are tweaking our peer set such that we'll request a removal of UCLA and the University of Texas Austin and replace those with Michigan State and the University of Utah. And just to highlight one aspect of this, I think that really should resonate, UCLA and Texas, both really highly esteemed universities, certainly, they've become outliers within the peer group, due in part to their location, heavily populated states, but also declining acceptance rates. UCLA's acceptance rate for first-year students is 11%. Texas Austin is 29%. University of Iowa is 86%. So kind of a different comparator set for us. And so those were the 2 tweaks that we are requesting to change for our peer set for the board.
No further comments. Thank you very much. Any questions about the peer selection process? This is important because then we see how their data goes up to the next comparative period. Looks pretty sensible to me. A motion and a second are required to approve the change in peer groups. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Regent Butker. Regent Barker made the motion. Any discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Lindelmeyer?
Yes.
Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Crow?
Yes.
Regent Reiswick?
Yes.
Regent Bates?
Yes.
Regent Butker?
Yes.
Regent Richards votes yes. The motion is approved. Thank you, Rachel. At this time, I'd like to recognize Amy Clays. This board policy manual revisions has been a massive continual change where we're trying to get things out, straightened out the way we actually do them. So go ahead.
Thank you, President Richards. Before the board today for a first reading are proposed revisions to board policy manuals, chapters 1.2 and 1.4. At a high level, the proposed revisions seek to further clarify and define the composition, structure, and authority of permanent committees of the Board of Regents. Again, this is just a first reading. I anticipate that final action will be requested at the April meeting. So I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any discussion? Thank you. At this time, I'd like to recognize Senior Communications Director Josh Lehman. Or, yeah, that's. Okay. Okay, the economic impact study is going to be deferred till April, and yeah, okay, that's going to be deferred to April. Public comment. At this time, we would like to have public comment before the board for us to listen. The board recognizes that the opportunity for expression of public views on issues that come before the board is important. Each presenter is limited to 3 minutes of time. And Josh will handle the speakers. Thank you.
Barb Sanderson, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
We can. Your 3 minutes to present to the board begins now.
Okay. Hello, I'm Barb Sanderson. I'm a physical therapist here at the UIHC, and I'm also can you hear me? I'm also vice president for I'm sorry, I'm getting feedback here. For SEIU Healthcare Minnesota and Iowa. I just wanted to speak mostly to the staffing problems that we're having. I have to take some exception with some of the things that were said this morning in terms of our staffing. I have to ask you, would you encourage a family member to come and work at a facility that's at least 18% below the median salary for the surrounding states at a level 1 hospital? I can't imagine that you would recommend that to your own children or your own family. In addition to that, you're not going to be welcome at the table to negotiate your contract. I know it was this morning said that we had like 700 openings. I did a quick survey, but I may have missed them, but I can't find another level 1 trauma hospital similar to ours that has that degree of that number of openings. A comment was also made about North Liberty being such an attractive place and that they won't have any problem staffing that. I just looked up the median rent in North Liberty. It said it was $1,400. You think the salaries that we're making here, you can survive on pay a rent of $1,400 a month? You know, so much money was spent on travelers during COVID. And if that money would have been put towards retaining staff, not with bonuses, but with wages, I can't help but think we'd be in a much better situation than what we're in now. And I've also, you know, noticed that you commented on return on investments for different programs. Has anybody done a look at the nursing school of nursing? I'd like to see what their return of investments like in Iowa compared to going to other states. I mean, it just doesn't make sense that somebody would want to come here and make that much less money when they just have to go to another neighboring state and can be much more lucrative than what we have here. You know, one of the reasons of coming here for me 10 years ago is because this is where the master clinicians are, the people you could learn from. But they're gone. So many of them are gone. And it's all new staff. And it really is going to affect the care and the legacy of this place to maintain the history that we've had before. You've got to, I can't see why you don't recognize that we need to be competitive with our salaries. I just don't know how else to put it. I mean, the statistics are there. Come talk to the workers. You've got to come to the trenches with me and talk to people, and you will know that they're just fed up. And that, I guess that hits all the highlights that I wanted to make known. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Darcy Jackson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, your 3 minutes to present to the board begin now.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am a pediatric ICU nurse at Stead Family Children's Hospital. I've worked there for a little over 20 years. I am a designated charge nurse there, and I also fill in as a supervisor. So I'm going to read an email that was sent to the Board of Regents. I want to say it was on January 31st. We didn't have any response from it, but it was written by a coworker and myself and another actually two coworkers and myself, and it kind of sums up what we are seeing at the Peds ICU. So it just starts out, it says, I'm contacting you because I've been concerned about the staffing and retention in our unit. I started right out of nursing school here and always knew this was the place for me. I planned on working my entire nursing career in this unit because I love what I do. My career is a stressful yet rewarding one. I see children on their best days and their worst days. I see parents with joy on their faces and devastation when their world is crumbling. My coworkers are like family. We go through chaos and trauma at work that few outside of these walls can relate to. I'm telling you this because in the last few years, there's been a shift in healthcare in our hospital and in our unit. Nurses are leaving for better pay, better hours, and less chaos. I train many new nurses only to find out that they won't stay more than a year or two. They leave our unit to work at hospitals and nearby for far more pay and no doubt less stress. New nurses leave us to travel for double and triple what we make here. A new trend in our unit is to work less here and travel elsewhere full time. People are choosing to go to other hospitals instead of working overtime to help their own unit. I'm sure you're familiar with our lack of staffing and lack of retention. What you may not know is it takes many years of working here to be able to take care of our sickest patient. A nurse caring for our sickest patients would need to try to be here for a considerable amount of time. Our unit's been so short-staffed that the charge nurse is also taking patients at times as well. Management has stepped up and tried to help, but they're not able to provide the same care as a bedside nurse. This is why it is essential that we do whatever we can to keep our staff. While we need new nurses, we also need to retain the nurses we already have. Seasoned nurses have built a family here. They want to stay here. They don't because they don't feel valued. The amount of nurses we have been losing is disheartening. I've never seen it this critical in the last 20 years. Going away parties are a thing of the past because staff leave so commonly. I'm concerned because I have a family too. I want the best care for them should they need it. Right now, in the current state of our unit, I would be hard pressed to receive my care here. Staffing is tight, assignments are unsafe, and we feel very unsupported by the Board of Regents. The new nurse that just got a sign-on bonus of $10,000 to come here is being thrown into an overwhelming staffing situation. With little to no experience, there's no wonder why they only stay long enough to gain the experience they need to move on. That is not fair to our patients, our families, our medical team, or the community. I urge you to really reconsider the direction you want this children's hospital to go in. The bottom line is we need fair wages. If you can support the sign-on bonuses, travel nursing, and PRN nurses, then surely you can support the nurses that have stuck by the hospital long-term and ensure their dedication. I will leave you with this question. If your grandchild or family member were to be admitted to UIHC Stead Family Children's Hospital, how much experience would you want their nurse to have? Thank you.
Emma Crozier, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Emma Crozier, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I just didn't want to interrupt.
No. Your 3 minutes to the board begin now.
Okay. Hi, my name is Emma Kraushaw. I am a fourth-year PhD candidate in the cancer biology department at the University of Iowa.
Emma Crozier, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Emma, I think you want to stop the stream. You're getting an echo. So if you have the YouTube streams running, you're going to want to stop that.
3 minutes. I see. Okay. Is this better? Can you hear me?
Yes, that's good. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, let me start again. My name is Emma Krauscher. I'm a fourth-year PhD candidate at the Cancer Biology Department at the University of Iowa. At work, I study a childhood cancer called Ewing sarcoma. In particular, I study ways to improve treatment for childhood cancers in the hope that side effects can be decreased in the future. Since I've been in graduate school, I've had an incredible experience to learn and develop my skills as a cancer biologist. I've watched my friends in my department do the same. We study a range of cancers, and everyone is so committed to the process of taking care of people and making treatment better. And in that sense, I also want to express intense solidarity with the nurses who've spoken today. I have also met graduate students in different departments who share a similar passion, but they directed at different subjects. They're future educators, writers, sociologists, historians. All these people care deeply about their projects and understand the value of education. But since I have been a student here, especially since the pandemic, I've also seen the neglect and disrespect with which these passionate graduate students have been systemically treated, especially during the pandemic. I'm here on behalf of myself, my fellow graduate student workers, and the U Iowa Graduate Student Union, COGS, to express my concerns similarly about low pay, lack of parental leave, expensive transportation, all of which impinge on our ability to effectively do our jobs. So many of these factors, you, the Board of Regents, either have direct control over or a significant amount of influence over, and that's why I wanted to speak to you today. For example, although the top administrators at the university have received around 10% raises over the past few years, graduate student workers, without whom the university could not function nor brag about its status as an R1 university, are only being offered 3% raises. In our last contract 2 years ago, we only received a 2% raise. Given the 9% inflation experienced across Iowa over the past year, the COGS request for a 10% raise is actually not a raise at all, but a maintenance of pay. Our stipends at the University of Iowa are some of the lowest in the Big Ten. Faculty resignations over the past year have increased by 12%. Again, a huge concern is the pay disparity between the University of Iowa and other Big Ten schools and schools, universities more broadly. Beyond that, I'm also concerned over the fact that although 70% of schools in the Big Ten have policies that guarantee graduate students paid parental leave, the University of Iowa does not. And I realize that that is also a state level concern, but I ask you that when the topic of paid parental leave is legislatively available to you, that you will consider that as well. A large portion of graduate students, including myself, are rent burdened, meaning that 1/3 of our wages go toward rent. My personal rent approaches more like half of my monthly pay. We also pay out of pocket for transportation to and from campus, further cutting into our pay. And effectively, like nurses, we are paying to go to work. And that's just something that shouldn't be happening. The University of Iowa works because we work, and it works because the nurses work. And so I ask that you not disregard our struggles and our requests that we are bringing to the table, especially during this bargaining season. Graduate student workers do the bulk of the hands-on research labor that allows the university to have R1 status. And for a long time, especially over the past few years with COVID, we've worked in spite of low pay and low support. We're tired, ground down, and put at risk by low PPE requirements, so personal protective equipment. Safety standards for COVID have not been followed. And yet our successes, our research successes, our program successes are boasted about by the Board of Regents and by the state of Iowa in general, although we're working in some ways in spite of the Board of Regents and our low pay. When we could do so much better if we work together, if you met us in the middle. Please don't take credit for our achievements when you're only making our job harder. It's time to support graduate student workers is now, and I ask that you consider that. Thank you.
President Richards, that is the last scheduled public commenter for the day.
I'd like to thank each of the presenters. Thank you for, it's a time for us to listen And we did. We hear you. Is there any other business to come before the board? Want to stay another hour? No. Hearing none, the meeting of the Board of Regents, State of Iowa is adjourned. Thank you.